Welcome, everybody, to week 2 of BPL Season 8. We got Mango Nectar versus Nightwings, two teams that played very well in the opening kickoff tournament, and are both looking to add another win to what they already have.
Yeah, I would say that I think this matchup is probably like the upper teams to sort of, I say this is like the game where it's like probably the two better teams in B League so far, just based off of like previous results. Because Mango Nectar, they didn't win obviously the kickoff tournament. That was actually Nightwings that did win, but even then Mango Nectar, they still had a really good run in that kickoff tournament. But first off, we have to look at the schedule for today. We're gonna have Mango Nectar versus Nightwings, which is this game, and then after this game it will be Odin versus Archmother, and then Black Crown versus Siren Song at 8, Hongsa versus Flying Blåhajar at 9, and then to cap off the day we'll have Ametori versus Phantom Verdict at 10. So a lot of A League games today. I will say that's 3 A League games and 2 B League games, so no C League games today. That's interesting. I do feel like I do think we do see a lot of C League games started sort of playing on Saturday and Sunday, because I remember on Sunday we did cast a lot of C League games on that day. So, not really anything important.
But there's a lot of good games so far here. We're going to be casting these first two right here for today. But here's the roster for Kearns, or not Kearns, but it is Kearns.
It is Kearns Mango. It is Kearns Mango Nectar.
He has his own brand. It's kind of cool.
Exactly. Because there is a branding just called Kearns. I tried it once. It was really sweet, but it was okay, I guess. And this is the Mango Nectar roster. Of course, Kern Master, he is a main support player, so this is an off role for him on the DPS role, but he does have a very good team around him. I will say, I think Blinded is definitely mechanically one of the top players in B League, in my opinion. Fish definitely proven himself multiple times in other community leagues before. I'm pretty sure made it to the grand finals actually in a map 7 series last season on School of Rush, I'm pretty sure. And then obviously pretty good other solid pieces as well. Corey coming in as a backfill, I think that's really good for this team, because obviously I think Corey's definitely proven himself to be really good at main support when he has previously played. It has been a while since he's played, but I mean, I think if he can just sort of get back to that level that he played at when he was in like A League and stuff, I think Mango Nectar, this looks like such a scary team.
I mean, I definitely agree with that. This team is definitely one of the top teams. Since I am friends with Kern Master, I have seen some of the scrims, and they have been doing very well. So I am very excited to see how this team plays, especially against the team of Nightwing, because they actually won the whole kickoff tournament. So this team's also looking very good and very scary. They have Not Ken leading it off with Tank, somebody who is very good mechanically and kind of just like take over these like B League lobbies, especially like on the Zarya itself. So, and they have a DPS line of Tanic, Pachimari, and Tilted Waffle. Pachimari is a very good DPS, very nice to have, while your support line with Dusttail, Starry Night, and Cobalt to round it off as well. This team looked very good in the kickoff. Obviously they did win, and they won pretty convincingly, I think. So I think that this was going to be a very good matchup. I know that Kearns Bectonanger really wants to show what they can do against this top team.
Mm-hmm. And now we're going to be looking at the recent matches. And as you can see, Nightwings in that kickoff tournament, they did win every single game. A couple games were 2-1, but I think besides that, though, they have shown that they are like a cut up of the rest of the other B League teams. Mango Nectar, they did start off they did win their first 2 games before losing a very close game to the Slime City Monarchs in the semifinals, but then against Danu last week, they pulled off a pretty convincing 2-0 win there. So, and I feel like Danu is another team that I think teams have definitely been looking at as definitely really strong. So I think Mango Nectar being able to show off that 2-0 win in week 1 is a really good sign for them. And you know, and Nightwings, they had a bye week last week actually, so they haven't been able to play it. So this is like their first actual game, and I think this, yeah, and I think this being their first actual game outside of kickoff, I think that is really exciting because I feel like everyone's been anticipating Nightwings to be like this really good, like probably one of the best teams in B League because you know they did win the kickoff tournament, and now they're going up against Mango Nectar, who you know they just 2-0'd another pretty highly rated team in my opinion. So I'm very curious to see how this game will go. And now we do see our map pool here. It's going to be Kings Row, Coliseo, Cervasa, and then Dorado as our tiebreaker map. So you know, I feel like with I think with Kings Row especially, we probably will be seeing a lot of like a lot of brawl, especially I think with like May, or I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Kiri Mizuki probably as well. And we're going to be seeing the first bans coming out from both sides. Nightwing's going to be banning the Lucio, and then Mango Nectar going to be opting to banning the Zarya. So I think both the teams have a pretty good idea on like what each player like specializes in, and like what character people look best at. Because like obviously you were talking about how not Ken would just sort of would take over lobbies on the Zarya. So that's a pretty good ban there from Mango Nectar. And Nightwing's banning the Lucio. I'm pretty sure that ban is specifically for the fact that I'm pretty sure, like, I think Corey, and when he did play in A-League, he did look really good on the Lucio. So obviously, like, you know, if you needed something to ban, like they already banned like your Zarya, so it's like, you know what, like I think we need to ban, like, I think we just need to like look for what Corey plays.
I think the Zarya ban is very good, especially into this Nightwings team, because I think Zarya is one of their stronger looks as a comp. So I think banning, especially this first map on Kings Row, kind of definitely snowballed pretty easily with a high charge Zarya on attack. So and especially with the Lucio ban, they just are not gonna be able to run really as fast. Obviously they could still play like a Juno, but I don't really think that's would happen. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing a more traditional comp from Mango Nectar with the Kiri Mizuki Orisa comp. So Nightwings are going to be running out on the Sigma on their attack. They're going to be looking to play a little bit slower here, obviously with no Lucio, no speed, unless Starry Night swaps to Juno. But they're going to be playing for the angles of the Sigma, try to poke them out, especially since they don't really have a shield or anything to block damage besides just a giant Orisa just standing in front of them. So definitely going to be seeing how Mango Nectar are going to be able to play into such a heavy poke.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing Nightwings playing the Xion, but Mango Nectar are opting to not play that. They're just going to be playing the Stoj Mei, which is definitely a very traditional DPS line, but fish on the Orisa instead of like maybe, you know, a more brawly tank like Ramatra. So I do wonder what the plan is here for Mango Nectar, considering I feel like if not Ken can just sort of poke them for free and build up Flux, I feel like that would be very bad here for Mango Nectar to start off. And it looks like both teams just fighting around the statue area for now, as we're going to be seeing Tilted Waffle taking the high ground, but immediately picked off by Blinded. So Nightwings already going to be down their Sojourn here, as again we're going to be seeing an interesting rotation coming up from Nightwings. I think they want to maybe just not. I think they're just trying to find a more safe way out here on this high ground, and also giving Knockhead an angle to get a lot of damage done. But Tilted Waffle just kind of left on his own right now, as everyone on Nightwings is doing this rotation, but the Mei is just completely isolated away from the rest of her team, and Tilted Waffle gonna be forced to pop the cryo. But now Nightwings will be able to get some presence on the point here, but Tilted Waffle just immediately dying again because just completely split off from the rest of his team there, as that high ground rotation kind of denies the Mei any walk through to that point, and Shamor gonna fall next. And it looks like Nightwings will be losing this fight there, as they will have to back up for now, but Notken already coming up to that Perfect Flux.
Yeah, Blinded had a great play there on an opening pick on the Tilted Waffle, trying to take that high ground with the Soldier Mei, but it just not really end up going very well for them. So they have to group here, they have to push in. They have this Flux here that they're probably going to try to use here, but be Mango Nectar, they also have a lot of ults they can use to counter. They can use the Mizuki out here, try to stop a lot of the incoming damage from the ult, but it looks like that Mango Nectar is actually just gonna go first.
Yeah. Rush. The Flux from not can cancel with the spear, and yeah, it looks like that's just gonna be Mango Nectar completely running over Nightwings there. That was it was just two Kitsune Rushes fighting within each other, and I do think in when it does come to like these more brawly fights, obviously, you know, Sigma maybe a little bit worse than Orisa when it just comes to like super
more
close range battles there. So yeah, Mango Nectar
like,
just
gonna be swapping to the Diva here after the Sigma. Mango Nectar, they played first, they played fast, so they were unable to really set up to do what they wanted to do here. But now it looks like Noctem is gonna be trying to take the high ground, trying to take more positions away from Mango Nectar.
Yeah, Maywall gonna be committed actually, and Big Brain's gonna get frozen up there, but that's a great wall from Strudel to keep the Kiriko alive there. Not gonna be having that Kiriko take any damages. Now the overclock gonna be popped from blinded, but he's gonna have to be a bit careful as it looks like Nightwings doing a good job of spamming that up, but in the scene gonna die to the overclock, but not 10 with the trade onto the Sojourn here. So Mango Nectar, so it is pretty even so far, but not 10 gonna be taking a lot of damage, probably gonna be losing the mech here as well. So looks like Nightwings are just gonna have to reset here once again. But still is on the cap, but that's probably just for to maybe get back a little bit quicker. Probably will be swapping back over to the Mizuki. Never mind, gonna be on the Baptiste here. That's a very interesting pick.
Trying to get out here live to more, but Nightwings, they don't have any more ults for this final fight with 30 seconds left. They're doing a lot of swap right now. Mango Nectar has their May, has his May out here, and they just need to use this to win. Nightwings have nothing to counter this.
Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, unless Noctem
has to look for the eat here on the Mayon if they want to have a chance to cap this first point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I do wonder what the
that opening pick.
Sojourn pick is there, but
yeah,
Blinded is going to immediately take down Tilted Waffle again, so that's really bad in the May. Oh, yeah, just going to be tossed onto point there, and yeah, Noctem actually going to get frozen up by that. The Lamp going to be able to keep the Diva up for just a little bit longer here. Starry Night does have that Kitsune Rush coming up almost, so this could maybe be winnable, but as I say, that Strudel and Fish just gonna be popped, just gonna be with the help of that Kitsune Rush and the red cycle.
Not gonna really matter for much. The entire team is dead, but Mango turns Mango Nectar full holding this. Not even a single tick here. Nightwings they just seemed like they didn't really know what to do. A lot of swaps onto their attack and nothing that really clicked for it. I mean, this Orisa just kind of just walking in and living and usually finding a pick there with blinded, but really they really are struggling here, especially with not having the Zarya. A lot of people like to say the Zarya will counter the Orisa pretty easily because you can just kind of beam right through like everything the Orisa has. So playing this Orisa with a Zarya band is a pretty smart choice that they especially since I think that Fish is more comfortable, really comfortable on the Orisa, so it just works out pretty well for them. But yeah, it looks like Nightwings are going to be trying to look maybe for a Juno play here, try to play a little bit more faster, but they're going to be swapping to the Baptiste, trying to play for a little bit more survivability, a little bit more poke here. But I mean, it's looking pretty rough for Nightwings on this first map here.
Yeah,
I mean, Mango Nectar are going to be swapping to the Ramatra, trying to look the brawl here a little bit more, try to go into their backline, especially since their backline I think is pretty vulnerable right now with the Baptiste and Kiriko. It's pretty easy to run on them, try to force a few cooldowns and just live in general. But yeah, Mango Nectar blind is going to be trying to look for the opening pick here onto the Widowmaker, seeing maybe he can get anything. But yeah, Fish is probably going to be, they'll just be looking to try to rush it down. Noctem is going to be on the Orisa as well, try to see if he can do something that Fish did on the attack, but it's like the Widowmaker is not going to really be able to find anything.
Yeah, and Fish immediately swapping over to mirror the Orisa, and Blinded going to be swapping over onto the Sojourn here. So now we have basically the mirror outside of the Mizuki over Baptiste. I do think Mizuki is maybe a bit better, but as I say that, yeah, Noctem just going to get walled immediately taken down here. I feel like Noctem just kind of split himself off.
Not expecting that right there.
Yeah, and then Fish was able to take
Your
down
entire team was playing back. And it looks like the map was already going to be over.
Yeah, map's already over for 30 seconds. Mango Nectar with a super fast attack there to win King's Row and go up 1-0 in the series. That was, I mean, I felt like that was just complete domination there from Mango Nectar. I feel like Nightwings were, I feel like just the Orisa brawl from Mango Nectar. I feel like Nightwings just unable to come up with a counterplay into that. And then when it comes to the Nightwings, defense, Noctem just so split off the rest of the team there. Yeah,
their entire team was I think both of the supports were playing back in the main by the arches, while Noctem was pushed up all the way with the May, but unable to get any help from the supports. I think there's a little bit of miscommunication there on possibly what they wanted to do there, how they wanted to play. But I think a Nectar with very convincing first map. We're going to be heading to Colosseo, but I think that Nightwings, they do have the Zarya available now, so they're going to be able to use it, play the Zarya comp, something that they shown as be very good. But especially since they swapped this Diva into a Kiri Mizuki comp with a Mei, I don't know about that one. That seems pretty difficult to play into. But I think the swap in their attack just like never really made a lot of sense. Just kind of didn't really work. But looks like Colosseo will be the next map. But I mean, the Zarya is pretty good on this map, so I can see Nightwings running out onto the Zarya. Maybe even a Reaper as well. They played a little bit of Reaper, at least on King's Road. They swapped to it, so maybe they'll want to continue trying to do that. But possibly maybe they're gonna have the Lucio available. I think that Nightwings kind of favors the Lucio a little bit more. Obviously, we're gonna have to have some swaps come in, so we're gonna.
I think for this map, for Mango Nectar at least, assuming that everyone is there, we will be seeing Kernmaster in for probably Strudel for Kernmaster blinded DPS line, and then obviously Corey going to be coming in for, I think, Sandy and the main support position as well. So unfortunately, Tanikby is installing Overwatch, I'm pretty sure. So
I don't think
he's unfortunately not there for Nightwings currently, as far as I know. You know, if he installed his game really quickly, then congrats to you, Tanikby. But now we're going into Colosseo, and I do think, obviously, as you were saying before, I think not Ken being able to play the Zarya, that is also just way better into the Orisa as well. Because I do feel like, on King's Row at least, Nightwings did look a little bit lost, I think, in terms of just what to go into the Orisa. Because we saw not Ken like start off on the Sigma and then go on to the Diva. But like, yeah, again, like as you were saying, like I think Diva's okay into Orisa, just like specifically in a one-on-one matchup. But yeah, obviously when they have a main and Mizuki, like Diva's value
actually just like sort of that's being played recently, so
yeah, it's just so much harder for Diva to do stuff. But I mean, like also it's just like I understand though, because it is like a little bit hard to like figure out like what tank to specifically go into a comp like that, you know, because like obviously the really easy answer would be like trying to brawl with a Zarya, but obviously
like this whole goal I think was just to bully the tank a lot, so kind of having to play for your DPS and supports, not be able to do stuff. I think since Ken is one of like, since Ken is the captain of the team, he probably wants to like try to do more. But it's just like Mango Nectar is just shutting down the tank by just hard brawling, hard walking, hard walling, and just really is unable to do anything.
And I think because of that, we're going to be seeing Nightwings banning the Mei. I do think banning Mei on Colosseo is like kind of interesting, because I feel like Mei, especially on a map like this, is not really popular at all, and we're gonna be seeing Mango Nectar banning the Mauga here. So I'm assuming Fish is probably gonna be sticking onto the Orisa and maybe just trying to find like maybe just trying to ban out another tank that could, you know, that could maybe run over their comp. But
yeah, I mean, Mauga comp is pretty good, I would say right now. Like this, like the Mauga, like Reaper, Xion, Kiri Lucio, I mean, that comp right there is not too bad, or even like any sort of variation of like a fast Mauga comp. But yeah, I really do like this Mei ban as well. I mean, I think the Mei did really good job on King's Row, so especially on Colosseo, you're able to get some pretty good Mei walls, and I think Mei on push is generally just like pretty good, just because you're able to like ult the point, you're able to stall the point a decent amount with ice block and wall. So not having that ability to be able to just wall off the tank, run down on them, especially since I can play Zarya, I think Mei is pretty good into Zarya, especially if you can like catch her off guard without bubbles. Kind of just blow her up. Even if she does have bubbles, he's kind of still can blow her up if you're able to get to the Zarya pretty quickly. But
yeah,
here's the map. Map is set. We are going to be heading into Colosseo, our second map of the series. But
and we do have some substitutes for Mango Nectar. Kernmaster will be going in for Strudel, and Corey will be going in for Sandy here. So we'll see what kind of comp Mango Nectar wants to roll out on here. Considering the Mauga ban, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they just wanted to put Fish back on that Orisa, considering it did work so well. But you know, Fish has been able to play like the Ramatra or like the Zarya before in the past, so you know, I wouldn't be surprised if there wasn't like if there like was no, if like maybe we don't see the Orisa and we just see like a kind of different playstyle coming out here from Mango Nectar, as we're gonna be seeing, we're gonna be seeing Fish actually on the Zarya mirror.
Oh crap! Look at that, mirroring it.
Yeah, we'll see if he sticks to that though, as Turnmaster will be on the Tracer versus Chamorn on the Reaper. So I do think that is probably a weaker look here, just in terms of that sheer brawl for the side of Mango Nectar, because like obviously Reaper just does such a better job of,
especially the Zarya bubble.
Yeah, but okay, Turnmaster going to be opting for the Xion.
Okay, I mean I do think Xion might be slightly like more easier to play than a Tracer, especially into the Nightwings comp. Kind of can just like get like forced out by Reaper pretty easily. So
and I also think that like if Xion can get good bursts with her bike, combined with the damage from the Sojourn, that could be pretty deadly here for the side of Nightwings, as Grandmaster looking for a kill here. Not gonna find too much, as it looks like both teams just obviously played it safe for a second, but as I see that Fish just gonna immediately hit the go button, and Tilted Waffle and Chamorn immediately gonna die there. Grandmaster and Corey on that off angle just gonna be able to pick out that Reaper too, so now Nightwings just gonna have to back up for now, and it's gonna be Mango Nectar gonna be able to get the first gap pusher, I mean, and yeah, Grandmaster just running over Dusttail with that motorcycle, as Nightwings gonna have to back up for now.
I mean, Mango Nectar, they just played super fast. I mean, even with the Zarya bubble onto the Reaper, it really didn't mean too much. The Reaper still kind of blew up and died. It was like, it was kind of insane how fast the Reaper still died. But Chamorn I guess like was a little bit off, but it's kind of just fighting 2 kills already.
I mean, I feel like these fights have been going on like, these fights have just been ending so quickly here for
either blinded, finds a pick early on, and then it just kind of ends.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so bad that when you like lose out on your Reaper too, because it's like, I mean, you kind of lose out on like that super big burst damage to maybe take down the Zarya here, but Fish falling pretty low here. But again, Grandmaster on this off angle is able to do so much damage to knock Ken. Suzu gonna be forced out, but eventually Fish overwhelmed by the rest of Nightwings, as looks like finally Nightwings will be able to hold on here. Big Brain gonna fall as well, so Mango Nectar opting to finally...
A little bit of the checkpoint.
Yeah, Mango Nectar gonna be opting to back up here, but not Ken with the chase onto Blinders. That's a pretty good late kill there. I don't know if, I'm pretty sure Blinded will get the close spawn there, but if not, then that's even worse.
Will,
but yeah, it looks like he will.
Look at him, like really close already. Here. Even with this, they're gonna be taking all the space here, trying to push up, possibly looking for this Graviton Surge here. I mean, Nightwings do not have speed, so they should try to look early, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. But the overclock, I'm pretty sure, from Waffle kind of zones out Mango Nectar from getting a lot of follow-up here on that grab, and Fish is taking so much damage yet again. Tilted Waffle landing a couple good shots there on the Zarya, not Ken finishing off the opposing Zarya here.
I think they might play a little bit too fast. I don't know. I think they really didn't have blinded just yet. Nobody really does shoot that grab. I just think that Nightwings did a very good job there, keeping up the people that were in the grab without having to really use any of the support ults. They obviously use overclock, but I think it was still like a good overclock to try to zone them away. But both teams are going to be mirroring support ults. We might be seeing a pretty big ult fight here coming up soon.
Yeah, I think especially with the scraps here coming out here from Not-Ken, I think that is the big ultimate here. But Corey will have that sound barrier to keep his team alive. Going to be hitting all 5 members, and pretty even trade so far, but Nightwings still up by 1, but as I say that, Not-Ken and the Waffle both gonna fall, but Dusttail with that trade onto Kernmaster, but still, it does look like Mango Nectar are in control there, as Fish and Corey both alive for the side of Mango Nectar. So that was a pretty ult heavy fight from Mango Nectar, especially popping 4 ultimates, as Nightwings will be having the that Xion and also the sound barrier. So Mango Nectar probably don't want to fight this too hard here. Yeah, Fish is going to be looking for a bit of charge before backing up for now, but this is the fight for Nightwings to win here. They will be having that beat, so they could just look for a very aggro beat engage here, because there is no counter beat or even a grab to sort of hold the rest of, to sort of hold off Nightwings if they decide to push with that. Fish looking just pretty high energy for now here. We'll be laying a right click onto Tilted Waffle to take the Sojourn down pretty low. Kernmaster on this flank, going to be able to do a lot of damage, and not
but the beat not in time.
Yeah, Not-Ken just gonna get caught out there. I think they might have turned to try to kill, to look at the Xion maybe. So Not-Ken just, unfortunately, gonna get caught out there, just walked on by Fish.
Big for Mango Nectar. obviously, Nightwing, they still have this Xion ult to use, but Mango Nectar try to look to build this grab here pretty quickly. They use all their support ults. They don't have anything for this grab. Hopefully this grab can get a little bit more success than the last one, but you will see from that. But I think their grab will be coming out right now.
Yeah, that's going to be Knockhand taking out immediately, and Grandmaster will be able to win out the Xion duel on the right side. There is Fish. He's basically pushing up into their spawn right now. He wants to maybe get a late kill if he can, and Tilted Waffle might fall victim to that. Yeah, Grandmaster going to be able to get the finishing blow, as that's a pretty late kill for Mango Nectar. That's really good for them, as Nightwings, they're probably going to have to use this Kitsune Rush just to get a fight here on this point. But maybe unless they can kill Fish fast enough. But the Fiona from Timor is going to get immediately shut down there by Kernmaster. The overclock going to be committed here by Tilted Waffle, and not going to be able to get the kill onto Kernmaster as well. So it looks like off the back of this overclock, Mango Nectar will have to back up for now, as Nightwings will be holding on just barely, but that's 136 meters.
I mean, we've definitely seen comebacks like this happen before, so I think Nightwings is a team that's definitely capable of being able to do that. But Nightwings just need to be able to snowball us pretty well, but Mango Nectar has a lot of ults to try to just slow things down a little bit, try to stop them. Nightwings are going to be coming up with both their support ults here. They're probably going to try to start off with the rush here, try to make a little bit of space here, try to walk in, but I mean, obviously Mango Nectar have a lot of ults to counter it.
Yeah, because they're going to be looking for that Xion ult, but unfortunately, the disengage from the rest of Nightwings will make sure the ultimate doesn't get too much, but Crimmaster will be getting his value afterwards. Yeah, 2 kills for the Xion for now, and that's going to be Mango Nectar immediately taking control of the bot here, which is not what that's not what you want for Nightwings, because if you want to break through the lead that Mango Nectar has, you kind of need to play every fight perfectly there. Like, any mistake will basically cost you the map at this point, just because of how big that lead is. And we've seen Chimoran on that little side fight here on the bottom right.
Yeah,
we'll be trying to take down Kernmaster, and might just be able to do that there. Yeah, Kernmaster gonna die there, so Chimoran gonna be able to start off the game with a first pick here. And the beat from Saga a little bit too late. They're not gonna be able to save Big Brain, and that's gonna be Knockan taking on the Lucio as well. So Nightwings will be able to take back control of the bot here. 3 minutes left though, so still a very doable amount of time for Nightwings to at least get some meters back in their favor.
Yeah, Nightwings are doing a very good job on this final fight when the bot is back into their own zone, but after that, it looked like they just struggle a little bit. Mango Nectar, I think, just like they have an idea of what they want to do. They just want to go first. Their pacing is just so much more faster. Nightwings just usually caught off guard a little bit, I think, and usually just gets picked off pretty early on. Mango Nectar likes to go first, and it's just been working wonders for them.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the sound barrier and both DPS ults here for the side of Nightwings. The grab overclock from Mango Nectar could be pretty deadly, but obviously Dusto does have that sound barrier. Looks like the grab will be committed here onto Notken, but Notken taking so much damage. Dusto opted to not use the sound barrier there.
Not using the sound barrier is kind of interesting.
I could copy the sound barrier now in a 3-4 fight and maybe try to turn it here for the overclock, but unfortunately Tilted Waffle is going to get overwhelmed, and oh, that's a crazy shot there from Blind to take down Dusthill as well. And yeah, Nightwings, unfortunately, I think the wow.
That's not what you want to see. Big Brain with a crazy pick there on the Tremor. That's not what you want to see there, especially since this overtime fight, or at least this close fight into their own spawn. But Dusthill not often use the beat there when their tank wasn't grab. I guess they just thought they were able to keep him up, but I mean, they were still so low. I feel like you should still try to have to use the sound barrier there.
Yeah, I think maybe like relying on the DPS ult to try to get kills before they can all focus down not in that grab. But Tilted Waffle going for a super aggro play, but Kernmaster with the motorcycle to help out his other DPS will be able to take down Tilted Waffle.
Like
now, and Nightwing's just not going to be able to touch the point. He's so focused on the side fight, and oh man, that's a 2-0 win there for Mango Nectar. That was a very dominant showing this entire series. This entire series from Mango Nectar, they have just looked so in control. They look so in control there. I think it was just like
push that King Ground and this push as well. They were kind of in the zone. They never were able to get the bot past the checkpoint really. As soon as the bot got to the checkpoint, they would just Mango Nectar would always have an answer for what they wanted to do pretty early on. But Mango Nectar with the 2-0 victory over Nightwings, the champions of the kickoff tournament. So I mean, Mango Nectar, they are really they're really they are now the team to beat here. They defeated the preseason champions. So I mean, Mango Nectar's looking so good right now.
I mean, yeah, I feel like just like their overall team play too, like looked really good on that map too. Like we were seeing like a couple off angles from Kern and Corey on the Xion and the Lucio to sort of to pinch, you know, just a catch shot, just to, you know, catch Nightwings off guard maybe. And we will be seeing the new updated standings here as Mango Nectar 2-0, 4-0, currently undefeated in map so far. So yeah,
into the barbarian standings, but what a crazy win there for Mecha Nigger, going up 2-0, 4-0 in maps, not even dropping a map so far this regular season. But Nightwings, I still think they're, you know, they still have a full season ahead of them. I wouldn't really count them out just yet. They still have to play the remaining teams in their group. So I think they are definitely in contention for possibly that second and maybe even that first spot if Kern's Mango Nectar kind of just start to fall off a little bit, try to, or at least slow down. But the position that Nightwings is in is still a good one. They still have a very good team.
Oh yeah.
But they have a full season. They are still able to definitely show that they deserved to win that preseason tournament. Sure.
MVP.
I would probably want to say, I feel like it would be Blinded.
Hey, I want to give it to I definitely give it to Blinded. Like I think the amount of first picks that Blinded was getting, or like even just like the amount of shots that Blinded was hitting, it was really, really impressive.
And Blinded
like on
King's Row. Yeah, King's Row, the opening pick of the whole series with Blinded hitting some crazy rails, some opening picks on the Coliseo as well. I think Blinded would be deserving of the MVP of today's game. Definitely, I think the entirety of Kern's team played very well, but I think Blinded was like the one that really like stood out the most.
Yeah. I mean, and also about I also think like we haven't really seen like the full potential of Nightwings, because like obviously they were missing Tanikby and Cobalt that game, and I do feel like those were like, I'm assuming those were like the more expensive players, I'm pretty sure, for Nightwings. So, you know, obviously like if just going off of like how much money that these players went for, obviously missing out on, you know, on two pretty expensive players doesn't mean that, you know, you are like, you know, you can't really like play maybe like your best lineup. But I mean, obviously like Mango Nectar was just so in control of that series. But to be honest, I wouldn't really count out Nightwings' strength just because of this loss, because like again, like they won the kickoff tournament for a reason, you know, like they had they had some really good plays in that kickoff tournament for sure. So, you know, maybe it just didn't really come up in this week, but obviously again, a lot more weeks for them to, you know, definitely prove themselves as being one of the upper teams in B League. And yeah, looks like our next game will be Odin versus Archmother, and that will be at 7. There's still a couple more games to come after this one. Blackcrown versus Siren, Hongsa versus Flying Blåhajar, and Ametori versus Phantom Verdict. So lots more Overwatch to be played for now. But I mean, it looks like, I mean, that game ended so quickly too, because like I feel like
fast game.
that was such a fast game. Because I remember yesterday, like it was just like it was like, you know, we had to go into the next game immediately after because there were just so many 2-1s. So
yeah, there's a lot
like,
of
you know,
a lot of long games.
Yeah, but you know, looks like next game will be at 7. So I mean,
no, I don't really have anything else to say, but
yeah, I don't have too much to say, but that was a great game, and we will be back for I think it's Odin versus Archmother at 7. Let me just check that real quick. I'm assuming
yes, it is Odin versus Archmother.
Alrighty, cool. So we will be back for more Overwatch very shortly.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to BPL Season 8, Week 2. We're going to be having an A-League matchup today. We're going to be having Odin versus Archmother. Very exciting matchup for these two. I think that both of these teams have shown some sort of little bit of promise, maybe. But I think that both of these teams can really show like why they think they could win. I didn't think they could win at all.
Yeah, I will say though, both of these teams. Oh yeah, I was gonna say like, well, I think Odin has a lot more recognizable players, but obviously Archmother does have a couple more new players. Obviously, as we are looking at the rosters here, because I think for Odin at least, like there, a lot of people know Cam or Agua or Noctara or Crow or Laser. I'm pretty sure like the only rookie is Sari. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're a rookie. Yeah. Okay, looks like this is his first BPL adjacent event, and same with Archmother. There are a couple recognizable names. I think a lot of people do know Salad and Monty for sure, and Barry was in A-League last season on the Primal Pineapples. Laser was also on the Primal Pineapples, so you know, bit of a reunion battle, I guess, going on over there.
Oh, yeah, Primal Pineapples.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Primal Pineapples. I remember playing against them like twice, I think.
Oh, good job.
Wow, thanks. But anyway, I think so far, kickoff tournament wise, both of these teams did lose out on their first games. As yeah, we're going to be looking at the recent matches. They both did lose. In the first game here, Odin with a loss to Ametori and Archmother with a loss to Siren Song. But then we did see that Odin did win their week 1 game actually against Snowdrop, while Archmother did unfortunately lose to Ametori. So I think Archmother they have yet to put a win on the board, but I do think the roster does still have like a lot of good, has a lot of good players on it, obviously, because I think Barry last season did prove himself to be, I think, one of the best tanks in A-League, to be honest. Like he was really flexible and mechanically really strong on the characters that he would play. So
yeah, definitely agree with that.
I think that's somebody that Odin need to watch out for. But obviously Odin, they do have Cam, and Cam has been playing around in these leagues for a while now and has proven himself to be very competent at basically any role that you put him on like a wide variety of characters as well. So, you know, I wouldn't really, I think, you know, I think this game does have some potential to be pretty close, and we are going to be seeing the bans here. Archmother will be banning out the Lucio, and Odin, of course, will be banning the Tracer. I do think that has been a trend with a lot of teams who play against Archmother, because obviously their DPS line, which is a Jelly or Gelly and then Zipital, those two are known for their Tracers, so that is a very, I guess, pretty obvious ban for any team that goes up against Archmother, I would say. Because because I do think Tracer has been banned in like every game that Archmother has played, and it looks like for this map it will be Jelly and Oblivicator playing with Barry and then Twist Salad on the support, and for Odin we'll be seeing their usual lineup: Blazer and Sari in with Cam on tank, and then Crow and Agua on the support line. It looks like we'll be starting off on Midtown here, and it looks like both teams will be opting for the Zarya. I think we have been seeing a little bit more of the
Zarya is a very common pick right now among a lot of teams right now. I just think that it's pretty easy to kind of just like start off and play the Zarya on a brand new team. You kind of just play as like a brawl. You kind of walk in together. You say, hey, can I have a bubble or something? And you walk in. But Zarya is still a strong character, does a lot of damage. Recent buff recently that she doesn't lose as much charge anymore, so getting better than she was before. So
yeah, I do think we do see a very interesting backline from Archmother. We're going to be seeing the Juno Kiriko compared to the typical Mizuki Kiri that we're going to be seeing from Odin. I do think the Kiri Juno does have a lot more like aggressive like potential, like especially with Ray and stuff like that, but obviously could be a bit more challenging because of and Jelly just immediately gonna fall. But I was gonna say, like, I think the Mizuki provides so much more utility compared to both Rush and Juno, which I kind of feel like serve the same purpose as like a, you know, it's like a big ultimate that teams can like stack onto engage and stuff. And it looks like Sari again with another kill on this Genji, looking pretty good so far. And Archmother gonna have to back up for now.
Finding a lot of good picks here on the Genji, a character that you don't really see too often anymore. So seeing a Genji is pretty nice, fun to see. Instead of like your usual like maybe Tracer and the recent Xion. So both teams are trying to play for very similar things. Besides Odin, obviously on the Mizuki, trying to play things a little bit more slower, trying to like to just play for the enemy team to walk into them, try to look for a chain as well, but both teams are kind of just at a stalemate brawl most of the time.
Yeah, Barry will be pretty high energy in that room though, so I think if Archmother want to find something, if they kind of need to do it quickly, because I feel like the longer that they take, the more opportunities it gives Sari to get kills on this Genji for now. And we're going to be seeing Cam walking down. Oblivicator will be able to take down the Sojourn for now, so Archmother already going to be playing down a person as Cam just looking for a pick on the Zarya, walking into that room here, but if you're not going to be able to find too much for now, as Archmother opting to just sit in that room for now. But Cam will be having that Graviton Surge here for this fight if Odin want to put that in. I'm going to be lobbing it in, going to be able to get one. And you know what? Solo grabs are okay, you know, as long as you get the kill with that. But as I say, that Twist and Oblivicator actually gets able to get the trade. Yeah, now we're going to see the counter grab coming out here from Barry and Cam has no bubble, so it's going to be the Zarya taking down too, but Cam will be able to take down Twist in the meanwhile. But Archmother actually going to be able to win that fight out. I think maybe... Yeah, I think Cam at least did try to play maybe a little bit too quickly there with that grab, just not able to maybe find as much value as he maybe would have wanted with that. You know, obviously if you could get more than just a low HP Juno in your grab, that would be really good. And unfortunately the touch not going to be coming through, as Archmother going to be able to cap with about 2 minutes left here. So I mean that's a point lost there for Odin, which I feel like in a fight that they definitely did have the advantage in.
Yeah, I do agree. I think they went a little bit too fast. The grab didn't really find as much value as you wanted, especially onto the Juno that was probably just gonna die anyway. The grab was quite unfortunate, I would say. But Odin does have all their ults besides the grab. I mean, they have a lot of options here on how they want to attack this. Archmother, they're going to be looking to try to just push his payload a little bit more, try to push it under while the rush is going to come out. Sorry, try to get picked already the open. And
yeah, it's going to be Sari just getting 3 kills on the Genji. I think Sari on this Genji has looked super impressive so far, just able to basically get these opening picks that, you know, obviously Odin would want from their Genji, and also the bubbles to help assist that as well. So Rush was committed by Odin though, so Archmother will be having the support ult advantage going into this next fight. And I do think that is where the Juno Kiri can kind of find their value here, obviously, because, you know, both Rush and Orbital Ray are super good ultimates when, you know, they are just super good ultimates if you want to walk in and look for an engage. And it looks like that is what maybe, yeah, look, that's gonna be what Archmother is going for, but Jelly's just gonna fall in that side fight, and we're gonna be seeing the Sanctuary going to be committed there by Crow as well to shut down any value from that overclock. But now it's the Kitsune Rush and Obliviator going to be able to take down Crow immediately. So there's no Mizuki for the side of Odin, and Ken just going to get ran over. The blade coming out from Sorry, going to be able to take down one. Looking for a second kill, not going to be able to find it. Will be opting to get that health back and probably just try to live here as Archmother going to be able to win off the back of those ultimates here as, sorry, looking for something on the point. Not going to be able to find it, but will be able to lift her now. But now Odin really going to watch out here for this grab that that Barry has, and we'll just be lobbing it in. Going to be able to hit one, but the counter overclock here coming out from Laser. Going to be able to take down Salad too, so looks like Odin going to be able to swing the advantage right back into their favor. Laser with a shot under the buzz onto Jelly to take down the Shion as well. So Odin going to be able to hold on in a minute 30 left for Archmother.
Both support ults used there from Archmother with some sort of success, but Odin was able to recontest this point to stop from tapping that second point. Odin does have this grab coming out. Archmother, they don't have anything to really look for. They're gonna have to look for this Shion ult, try to look for an opening, but obviously the grab is gonna be pretty good to try to counter it. I'm not sure what Archmother is gonna be able to do to try to. They're gonna have to try to look for some sort of opening pick.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna be seeing Archmother walking up to this high jump. Shiona with the bubble, not gonna find too much, but unfortunately Gerald is gonna die there. Cam popping the gravity sensor is able to hit two members of Archmother, and yeah, it's gonna be Cam will actually get traded out there, and a Bloodacator actually gonna be able to take that Agua as well. Wait, a Bloodacator getting 2 kills here on the Sojourn.
It's a 1v1 right now.
1v1 on point, but
but the Juno did come back.
The favor, yeah, but unfortunately, yeah, just better spawns for Odin does mean that Bloodacator can't push that as much as you would probably want to. As now we're down to basically final fight, as Agua will have that Kitsune Rush, so I think this is Odin's fight to win just off the back of having that ultimate comparatively to Archmother. Yeah,
not trying to get picked there.
Really just getting picked off so early there. You don't want that to happen, and Crow taking that 2 kills on the Mizuki, and with the kill on Ametori as well.
You need to play a little bit slower there, being so close to that overclock. They still had some time left to build the overclock, but obviously Odin, they knew what the win con was, what they had to do. They had no ult, so Odin playing there super fast with that rush, finding the picks that they needed to, especially onto Oblivion, unable to build that overclock. You know, they were able to shut down any sort of ults that Archmother would have tried to have built during that fight.
Yeah, and I feel like Sari on this Genji has looked super impressive so far. Just able to get these opening picks, and obviously doing such a good job, I think, of contesting Jelly on this Shion. Because if you look at the scoreboard, we can see that Jelly is 3 and 7. And I think that's just mostly because, like, when Jelly is looking for something on the Shion, there's just immediately a Genji there to contest the Shion, which is, you know, that just makes it way harder for you to get, you know, any value out of like your bike or your right click, or even just like getting an engage off with on Shion. That is just so much harder if there's like a Genji able to basically mark you perfectly, and that's kind of what Sari's been doing this entire game, as well as just getting picks onto the backline. So a super good look here for the Genji of Odin. As Archmother, they will be opting to play the Zarya Reaper. I'm not so sure about the Olari pick from Salad, but you know, there are like a lot of angles that you can take, so I guess in that sense it is kind of understandable.
But I still don't know if I entirely agree with it still. Like, in theory, it should be like fine, I think, but I just think that there's just better options out there, better and easier options. But obviously, if the Olari can find the angles, find the pressure, especially try to like shut down Sari, maybe that's what try to do a little bit more. But obviously, even with just the bubble onto Sari, trying to get the bubble to make the space, add more pressure to the enemy team. Like, they're already being forced back all the way to like their spawn.
Oh, yeah. And Jelly's just gonna die immediately there to Agua, but looks like very almost gonna be able to take down Crow, but Crow gonna be able to hide behind the car still. They're not gonna be able to get that kill for now, as looks like Odin just has total control of the point. This is really bad for Archmother. Archmother, they're gonna have to just sprint onto the point to even get a potential contest off, but Salad's gonna die immediately to Agua, and that's gonna be Odin capping the point, and basically immediately there is. I think there's going to be a couple late kills here onto Twist.
Yeah, but it looks like Archmother is finding a few kills here. Cam, unfortunately, right-clicked himself to death, but
Yeah, unfortunately, Jelly just dying again there on the Reaper. That's not really what. That's not what you want to be seeing. Yeah,
for this background.
I think Barry might get staggered out here. That's really bad for Archmother actually, because now they can't even. They probably can't even.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, I didn't even see that, but they're gonna be able to push it pretty far, at least under halfway through the bridge. They're gonna have to continue to back up. They are still looking for these picks, trying to look for any staggers that they can still get. It looks like we do find another one. Twist falls from Laser on the high ground. Great pick there from Laser. The overclock is gonna be up very soon. They're gonna be. They are in a great position right now to look for this overclock onto the high ground. They're all forced to be playing in their spawn. I mean, even with this rush, they're gonna be able to rush overclock this from the high ground, and I think that they could just easily win this fight in this map.
I mean, well, yeah, if they win that, then that's already gonna be the map win here. We're gonna be seeing Laser on this right side, looking for an angle with that overclock. Gonna be able to bring that Obliviator pretty low here. With the overclock gonna be committed first by Obliviator, but unfortunately the Mizuki gets to counter any value that the overclock can get in. Laser gonna be able to take down two with that overclock. The wall eventually get traded up by Twist, but it looks like it's just Odin in complete control of this team fight, and that's a super fast attack for them.
That was...
go up 1-0 in the series.
That was an insanely fast map from Odin. Archmother just got staggered so hard onto that first point. It started really when they just like were forced to flip the map and playing for that back. They were forced on that backside while Odin was able to take point for free, and then obviously all the staggers came in, and then Odin had all the ults built up already while Archmother was struggling. They had like basically nothing like that last fight. Odin had so many good ults there, and I mean, he just snowballed that entire attack. Like it really just like felt like it was only like 2 fights.
Yeah, I think it's just because of that's the side fight that like on first point at least, like it felt like Odin did such a good job of rotating Archmother, like flipping the map. So it made Archmother like again, like I think that is like the issue with playing that Alari Sojourn comp comparatively to like having like a Lucio or even a Juno, because it just ended up being like Archmother trying to run to the point from that right side angle without a speed boost. So they're just very slowly having to walk out into the open to go to point, you know, and that's just so, and that's just like, that's just like a perfect angle for Odin to just, you know, spam you out and
that speed
kill
boost.
Your team, unfortunately.
It's kind of hard to disengage, hard to re-engage, especially when they're already all on point and they're kind of just bunkered down there. So, I mean, next map is going to be Runasapi. Are we playing some push? I mean, I'm assuming like the way how they play Midtown, I'm assuming it's going to be pretty similar onto Runasapi as well. They're going to have the Lucio available this time, so maybe that would be even better for them. But I do think that this Odin Zarya comp would look pretty scary. I could see them possibly even Archmother possibly banning the Zarya here, forcing maybe a different kind of comp, maybe like a Malga comp as well. I think that Malga is really good on Runasapi right now, especially like this fast Malga brawl comp. So I'm curious to see what they will ban here. I mean, Archmother with the first ban. I
mean, if I had to guess, like, I feel like you want to ban,
Zarya here.
They will be banning out the Zarya.
I think the bubbles onto the Genji were just very, very powerful on, especially shutting down this Xion, while Odin is actually just gonna be banning the Xion here. So
interesting. I mean, obviously, I think Odin just kind of wanted. I think Odin have like the freedom to just kind of ban whatever they want, obviously, because I feel like there wasn't really anything particularly that they were struggling with, I would say, on Midtown. But like obviously again, Archmother banning the Zarya. I think obviously that is a good ban. If Odin also wants to try to play like the Genji comps too, because obviously if the Genji has no bubbles, then it does make it way harder for him to, you know, for him to do his job. So pretty good ban there from Archmother. We'll see. We'll see what kind of comps. We'll see what kind of comps that they try to play on Runasapi, obviously, because I do think like I wouldn't be surprised if we saw like a Sigma maybe, or if we just saw like some brawl, maybe even dive. You know, I think a lot of comps can be played on Runasapi, so I'm curious to see what happens. And we will be seeing a substitute for Odin. Nectar will be going in for Agua, so looks like it will be Crow and Nectar in for support for Odin, but.
Nothing else changed for both sides really, so pretty similar. Just Nectar in. So forcing the the Zarya ban. We're gonna be seeing it's like possibly the Ramatra with the Orisa. So I mean, I do think that Orisa. I don't really know how much I like Ram right now, but I think the Archmother has just really good stability with the Orisa. Looks like gonna be sticking with it. Look, they're also gonna be sticking with the cat here. Looks like Crow has been watching Violet play some games.
I feel like Crow, they have always opted to play the Jetpack cat a little bit, so I guess
watching
really is
Beta Division, trying to copy Violet right now on the cat, but maybe it'll work out. We'll see. We'll see what happens.
Has the panda skin.
That's true. It's got the panda skin.
Yeah.
Not even a real panda.
Not even a real panda. But unfortunately, it looks like Noctara and Kim will just be able to run over Barry and Twist there on the I think they were just playing main there, so it looks like Odin will be able to start off with the first couple meters here on this. Yeah,
I guess the cat just like adds a little bit more, I guess, just pressure like on the sky, on like different angles and like the sky maybe. But I still don't really know too much. Yeah, especially without like Bastion or anyone to carry around. The kind of just like you kind of just play like a third like DPS a little bit. I mean, yeah, they're probably definitely gonna see a carry high noon happen, and I'm for that. But
unfortunately, sorry, just taking a lot of damage on. Yeah, taking a lot of damage while dashed in, and yeah, there won't be the Genji taken down for now. As Archmother will have control of the bot for now, but obviously not really lost just quite yet for Odin, especially with Laser getting that pick onto a Oblivicator. That is a good start here for the side of Odin, but Barry just going to be able to run down the Cassidy as well. So pretty even fight so far for both sides, with the spear onto Cam to take him out of that blocking, but looks like Cam almost being able to live for a little bit longer there, but looks like Archmother will have control, will be able to take back control of this.
Kind of staggered a little bit there, but they're going to be getting the spawn, but looks like Archmother might be able to get the lead here. I mean, sorry to get pretty late spawn, but I think that they should be able to touch this point. Crow was able to help out Cam, beat up pretty quickly onto the point, able to prevent Archmother from getting the lead.
Oh yeah, and here's the high noon.
But the flying high noon, finding one.
The flying high noon will be able to take down Twist. That's such a good first pick there for Odin as well, because Twist almost had that Kitsune rush, and now Archmother probably not going to be able to sustain through this blade coming out here from Sari, as both the DPS from the side of Archmother will fall here. Salad gonna die as well to Crow. So
being used here for Odin. Crow coming back to pick up Laser to escort them back to the fight. So we have Barry does have this Orisa ult here. They don't really have much to work with, but they're gonna be starting off with a mirroring of the rush.
Yeah, that's the Orisa ult. Good to take Noctara down pretty low, but no kills actually found with that, and we're gonna be seeing the catnap committed there by Crow as well. We'll be able to take Twist off the map with that, and Cam just running down the Sojourn here for the side of Archmother will be able to land the pummels required to kill that Sojourn as well. It's just Barry left on this point, so actually Jelly was also still alive, but I think Jelly's gonna have to back up there. You don't want to get staggered out, as Odin will be able to get the checkpoint.
Yeah, Archmother, they have this overclock here. Odin doesn't really have too much. I mean, Archmother, they could go fast with the sound barrier here, try to find a pick. I mean, Odin, they just need to look to play slow, try to build some ults, get a nice drive by here, bait some ults to be able to try to win just the next fight. Yeah, here comes a fast sound barrier coming out. Laser, they find a nice pick right there.
I think Oblivicator wasn't able to get the sound barrier. I think maybe I think that since they were on that off angle, unable to get the beat, and that kind of results in them getting picked off. Yeah, but Sword gonna be able to take down 2 on the Genji.
Finding their entire backline just gone.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying this before, but like, Sari's been doing so much work on the Genji. I mean,
very clean Genji.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Twist and Salad just unable to do anything. They're just picked off immediately by the Genji. So Odin will be back in control of the bot here. We're going to be seeing a flying noon here from the looks of it.
Yeah,
And here,
popping the high noon. Oh, gonna be flying in. It's gonna be obliviated.
8-5-1.
Yeah, they're not gonna be able to go to get behind the corner. Their laser are gonna be able to get the first pick of this for Odin here, as Jelly still has the pulse on level, not gonna be able to hit it. Unfortunately, the Nectar is gonna be able to take down the Tracer and also the Lucio. Nectar getting 2 kills on the Kiriko as well. I'm sorry, with the kill onto Twist as well. It's just very left on the point.
Laser alive there.
Yeah.
But Archmother, Odin coming up with the blade here. I'm very excited to see what happens with this blade. Archmother, they don't have any support ults here, so they don't really have anything to counter this. But they could have the cat ult to try to stun somebody, possibly even try to go after the overclock, try to disrupt it, try to slow them down. But looks like they're going to be playing a little bit farther back, waiting for them, trying to bait some ults here before they want to use their own.
Yeah, we'd be seeing the Kitsune Rush coming out here from Twist, but a counter Kitsune Rush from Nectar, and Jelly unfortunately going to fall immediately. Cam getting a second kill with the help of that Foreman will be looking to take down the Sojourn as well, probably, but Obliviator trying to slow for just a little bit longer, but unfortunately I do think they will die to Cam eventually. And while that was all happening, Laser with 2 solid kills on the Cassidy as well, so Odin back in control of the point, and that's really bad there for Archmother, because Archmother, that was their old heavy fight. They used the Kitsune Rush, they used
they use everything they have. They have absolutely nothing. Odin, they have 3 ults, 3 pretty big impactful ults here, especially with this high noon. They're gonna, I'm assuming Odin is gonna try their hardest to try to win it right here, try to full cap.
Yeah, the fly noon coming in. Oh, the Suzu
doesn't
good from Twist,
save Oblivion, but
yeah, there's going to be the blade coming through from Sari now, looking for a target, but it looks like everyone's just going to be dying instead of Laser getting 3 kills on the cat, and yet Nectar with the remaining 2. It's just a Obliviator left. I don't even think that they can touch it. They're not even going to, I don't even think that they can go for it. There is Odin.
They tries, but a nice 2-0 victory here for Odin against Archmother. I mean, Odin looked very strong there for that entire game, especially on the attack from Midtown. Yeah, they just felt like they were almost unstoppable. But here comes a flying high noon play of the game. Laser found 1, and Laser was able to just sit here. They were able to clean up the rest, but very good win here from Odin.
Oh yeah, obviously. I mean, I feel like it just felt like Odin just had like the better strats as well. I mean, the cat high noon. I feel like there was just a lot of good. I feel like the fights that especially Sari was taking on the Genji to pick up the supports, basically every fight there as well, like that was just so impactful for to really help Odin get that win. Unfortunately, it did just seem like Archmother were just sort of out. Like I think it did seem like they were sort of out tempo there. I feel like there were so many fights where Archmother would try to walk in and go for a play, but already you see like a cat high noon, or like you see like a Genji behind you with like a Ramatra walking in. So there's just like I think there were just a lot of things that Archmother had to deal with, and maybe they were just a little bit overwhelmed, because it kind of felt like Odin was basically in control of every team fight. Because even in that super old heavy fight as well, it looked like Odin knew like specifically what to do
safe.
to do against that.
Very safe. They played back. They were waiting for them to bait ults into them. They mirrored the rush, but none of the ults that Archmother had really worked. Odin played super safe. They played in the correct positions they needed to be in, and were able to just counter with their own and able to win the whole map with that.
Yeah. And I mean, are we giving an MVP?
Yeah, we can give an MVP out. I feel like a lot of players played very well. I feel like they played just well as a team.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think for Midtown at least, I would say, for like based off of Midtown and a little bit of this map, I think Sari looked really good on the Genji as well. I think the DPS line for Odin definitely looked the best in my opinion. So, I mean, I give it to either Sari or Laser. So
Yeah, what do you think? I think from that Midtown, Sari, they were able to shut down all of the angles, especially against that Xion. So I think Sari. I think Sari could be the MVP of our match for today. Played exceptionally well onto the Genji. were able to find all of the openings, a lot of opening picks, and just even during like the scrappy fights and fights that looked like they might have lost, Sari came out and would just magically find 1 or 2 picks onto either like a support or like even like a DPS or something. So I think Sari can nicely deserves this MVP.
Yeah, and you know what? That's another super fast game. I mean, there's 30 minutes until the next game.
Yeah, wait, we got a little bit until the next game.
Holy moly! I mean, next game will be Black Crown versus Siren Song.
Yeah, that should be a good one. Another A-League matchup. I feel like these are 2 teams that obviously Siren Song, they did win their win the opening kickoff, but Black Crown also looked like they seem on paper like a pretty good team, so I think that should be a good game. But here are the standings. Odin shoots up to the #1 spot on the assassin group, while Archmother falls down to 6. But you know, it's not the end of the world. We still have a full season ahead. We still have a few more games, so I wouldn't be too upset. You know, you can still bring this back. So
Exactly.
there's always next week,
Unknowns.
always next game, like unknowns. Exactly.
That team was like 1-4 or something. They had a really bad record, and then they turned it around. So anything's possible in BPL. You know, you can like play like that and then make it to the grand finals.
Yep.
You know, just like the unknowns did. But I mean, I think that's a wrap up for this game. I guess looks like and then obviously next game will be Siren Song versus Black Crown, and that's a game that I'm playing in.
Oh,
Wow, I know. That's so sad. I'm playing, I don't know, Kiriko, I think. Probably. Yeah, I'll be playing. I'll have to play Kiriko or something like that for like a map or like 2 maps. We'll see what happens in that game. But that will be our next game. I probably in about 30 minutes because that will be at 8. Still a lot more games to be. Still a couple more games to be coming up today though. So yeah, exactly. A lot more Overwatch to be played. So don't go anywhere. It's gonna be maybe like a little bit of a long break, but we will be back with some more BPL action.
Welcome back to the Bad Pachimari League. Here we are, Season 8, Week 2. And it's an exciting matchup as Siren Song, currently undefeated, and the victors of the kickoff clash are facing off against their rivals, the Black Crown. Both of them find themselves at the top spot in their group. But at the end of the day, only one is going to be able to remain. My name is Shami, and here to help me analyze this game is Jaffa.
Hello. I'm so excited for this game because we have two teams that are currently, well, except for Siren Song, winless? Absolutely dominating fashion. In fact, within the kickoff stage of this series, getting an incredible victory is honestly incredible. So they're going to have a difficult opponent, Crown, to go up against. So I'm interested to see how this is going to be going down because we definitely have a few interesting teams here. But it's not the only match we have because later today, we're also going to be having Hongsa against Flying Blåhajar and Ametori versus Phantom Verdict. Two teams that, two matches even that you would definitely want to stick around for.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm a really big fan of Flying Blåhajar, so I'm expecting to see very big things from them. But that's not to jump the gun because we've got the rosters to dive into next. Leading us off with the Black Crown, you got some names that you love to see heading up the squad is Shoreline Pie, really big long-time BPL player. Then we also got Epic Shock, Huntsman, Ian, Alibi, Oracle, and Sir Technical rounding the squad out.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, to me, looks like a very well-rounded squad with some excellent opportunities to play a variety of different heroes. I've seen Shoreline Pie play a variety of different roles, especially as DPS. They can really pop off. So I think that's one player to be looking out for. But having a lot of variations and options available to a team, I think can really allow for a team to play all sorts of variety compositions and make sure that you are always feeling fresh.
And on the other side, with a song that might be a little bit too sweet, we've got the Sirens. Didn't you see me? You know, repping that Shion that's been oh so potent so far in the season. We've also got iToasty Toast, Chief, Swifters, King, Orange Peel, and Sky.
Yeah, absolutely. This team as well, they have been on an absolute roll. I mentioned it before, but they went ahead and won the entire kickoff tournament. So they are in effect already 8 wins into this, which is just incredible, honestly. You might even notice Toasty Toast as well, who was casting just moments ago on the last couple of matches. So I'm sure he's going to be interesting to pay attention to as well. A nice roster as well, lineup, nice options available, dedicated approach. And as you mentioned, that Shion as well, one of the newest heroes added into so being able to use that in the current meta, I think it's a really good idea of just how competent this team can be.
Yeah, and both of these teams have been known to perform in the past. We did touch a little bit on the kickoff bracket, but doing another recap here, Black Crown really got off to a rough foot. The kickoff bracket was a single elimination tournament, so you lose one, you're out. And for a lot of these players, for a lot of these teams, this is their first time collaborating and working together. But as we said in that first half, it's a very, very strong roster being held together pretty well, and you could definitely see that turn with the way that they were able to dominate in their first week match. And then I don't think Siren Song needs any introduction. It's going to be a really, really big challenge for any team to take a map off their spotless record at the moment.
Absolutely. It's certainly a tall order, but these two teams are also currently at the top of their regular season, both having won their matches. But we've got the first map already selected for us, Neon Junction, the new map in this game.
Yeah, Neon Junction, it feels like a really strange hybrid map. At least in my experience, it feels like it's plucked out of maybe a Marvel Rivals or some other hero shooter, just because of how wide open and flat it is. It is very untraditional. It can really give a lot of your characters a really difficult time. The dive that has been so dominant over a long stretch of time doesn't really have the high grounds, the positions to really set themselves up around. It really opens the door and allows you to play a lot more aggressively with your brawl, rush style characters, and especially some poke with those long sightlines.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to be interesting to see how that's going to be playing down as well between these two teams. It's a map I'm not too familiar with, unfortunately, because it has been added quite recently to the game. I've not had many chances to play it in competitive.
It's definitely one of the more fun to play competitive maps, at least while people are still figuring it out. But another thing I really want to figure out is what is going on with these bans. We saw Black Crown got the first pick. They banned out Mizuki. And then Siren Song decided to take Xion off the board very, very early on into the series. That's a surprise to me.
Yeah, well, I think the Mizuki ban indicates that perhaps the plan is to go with a D.Va composition to really try and make use of the sightlines and the maneuverability that D.Va has to try and work with that in a team composition. Because Mizuki, while Mizuki kind of plays as a main support, the usage is a little bit niche right now, with her main strength really being to counter D.Va compositions.
Yeah, we have seen some of its use as sort of a backup option as well, with the recent hot topic being, of course, the Lucio-Kiriko backline. When you see Lucio, when you see Kiriko get banned out, that's where Mizuki kind of starts to shine a little bit, gets put in as that backup unit. And even though he doesn't have a team-wide speed boost until pretty late in the game thanks to his perks, you do still have it as an option. And then, the Kenkai Sanctuary is always a very, very strong tool in your arsenal. I'm excited to see where these teams are going to go next and what kind of drafts they're going to roll out with.
This is certainly going to be interesting, especially with that Xion being banned so early. And we have heard just how well Siren Song have been managing to use that Xion, a new character added to Overwatch, which is a little bit interesting of a position. I suppose you might be going with, similar sort of roles that you might be seeing here. But Black Crown already with the defense, starting off with Ramatra, another strong hero at the moment, as their tank, with a Mei and that Lucio-Kiriko backline you just mentioned. All the while, Siren Song, they seem to be having a little bit of a moment choosing between their characters and going with that Reaper to try and replace what that job of the Xion might have been doing before, with the Mei as well. This is going to be kind of deadly, especially with this Junker Queen.
Yeah, a really big notable difference there is that JQ. You're really forcing the enemy to play into your game, and I think that's what King really does best from what we've seen from them so far in the season. Another big one is the Ilyari pickup from Sky, putting a lot of stock into your support player, a lot of offensive capability, and the trade-off is your team's not able to rotate as fast. We see Shoreline Pike get that first pick there onto Chief, and already Siren Song's attack is off to a rough start.
And it's unfortunate as well as they get blocked off by this Ice Ball, but Siren Song are not able to capitalize on it quite as well as I might have expected. But they are going to be going in. King, a veteran of the BPL scene as well, trying to get those kills with the teamwork of the Mei, gets the kill onto the Mei. And Black Crown are going to be backing off already.
Shoreline Pie always able to equalize that score and keep the defending team in this round. We do see Siren Song starting to get up position on this point. Ramatra drop down to half HP. Oracle taken off the board. Without a Lucio, you're not able to rotate out of this fight. We see Huntsman drop down to 1 HP. King was traded back in the process, but Siren Song find themselves up one individual, and Ian dies with the Kitsune Rush at the wrong moments. The Ice Block comes through as the Mei is stranded here on the point, and Siren Song come out victorious.
Yeah, you really don't want to be using that right now without that ability. It's just the wrong moment to die, unfortunately for them. That's going to force Black Crown back off.
A solid first point attack there for Siren Song. Not to mention, they're also conserving a lot of their utility. They're going to be going into this next fight, both of them. Now that we've had enough time to cool down, we'll have 5 ultimates available. So it's really anyone's game, and it really, really comes up to Siren Song and how they want to set this tempo on their attack.
And they are currently looking around for an opportunity. They have their ultimates available, so the planning just comes out, and they use them already quickly. Ilari trying to use that capture stun, find the kill, but more ultimates are coming out from Black Crown. may also freeze them to zone them off to get countered as well, but Siren Song are holding strong. Continuing
Wow.
offensive.
Clean 5-0 sweep for the attackers in an equal ult trade. Actually, I shouldn't say equal because the beat is still coming up for Oracle. So Black Crown are going to come back with a minor advantage, but it's anything but an advantage to be found in a situation like this. You've lost so much ground already, and you see the overclock and get popped for Chafe, but they're forced to back away. We see Shoreline Pie going in with the Kitsune Rush, looking for an angle, is not able to make the shots connect. But we see May, stranded a bit of a no man's land, looking to get back, but the rest of her team is not able to make it out as Huntsman shuts her down, and Black Crown have regained control of the point.
Yeah, it did take a little bit of investment of those ultimates, but they played that so perfectly as well. They used the pressure of this overclock, the abilities that they had available to them with the Kitsune Rush to try their best, and they really were able to just push them back, put them in too much pressure into them. They couldn't go in and provide that pressure, and now they're just running them down like they mean nothing to them. They are not scared of that win history that Siren Song are boasting. Oh!
Wow, nice shooting there from Alibi, real precision gaming. Yeah, looking forward, right, looking into this next fight, you see just how much Black Crown are able to get because they preserved that beat. They'll be very comfortable. In Siren Song, they have a lot of pressure on them right now because they just lost 2 minutes on their attack. What started off really well is starting to slip a little bit out of their control, and we see it's going to have to really rely on King here to create an opportunity for the team to succeed.
And the team are going to try their best. Unfortunately, their little trick there with the Maywolf fails, and now they're going to be trying to push in with the abilities that they have. They're going back and forth. The tide is changing. The ults come out. The freeze is coming down. And look at that. It's a cold day that I would love at this point in time. And it's quite hot in the UK. For Black Crown, they got their air conditioning unit out and they are turning it around. They are making sure the Siren Song are cooled down on that little push. That hot streak is gone.
Heavy is the head that wears that Black Crown, and they show us that they're wearing it very, very stylishly. Now, you're continuing to have an advantage on this defender side. You see the angles that they're able to possess, and Swifters is not able to hang with the pressure as they're falling before the rest of the team is even up.
They are trying that at this point, but they have so many ults as well in the bag. Using what they can, at least in this little chokehold, but they just get isolated, and they are going to be going down surely any moment soon. But no, Siren Song, they have a plan for this. The team outmaneuvers them, circles around, and just squishes them in that little point.
Yeah, what started off as a really bad rampage from King instead lured the team into close quarters combat, and the Captain Sun was able to take advantage of it. Now we see King again up to their antics, is hiding around this close corner. Black Crown have no idea they're about to walk right past them, and now the wall in combination with the Kitsune Rush means that this fight is all but over. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Siren Song are up by 1, up by 2, and their destruction sees no end as they manage to cap the second point.
Excellent progress from Siren Song. Finally able to get that wins that they need in that fight. I mean, it all comes down though to this next fight, this next point. This point is a little bit of an interesting one with how it's laid out. There's some excellent opportunities for flanking and cutting people off, and this May is going to be doing a lot of work. No wonder they chose this in the composition. But the Overlord comes out, it's going to be trying to find some shots, surely. A few headshots here or there. This is not working out for now. They're still holding on to some of these ultimates. The Kitsune Rush comes out, not really able to capitalize on it too much more. They are able to pick up, I believe, 1 kill of Siren Song. I don't know if that's going to be able to change the tide for them.
All it really does is lowers the volume of the singing just a little bit, as you know, Siren Song have to take an opportunity to regroup and to really look at this fight in a new light. We see King leading the charge, Rampage in tow, looking for an angle as a Blizzard gets dropped down on top of the point. Nobody is going to fall victim to it. It's going to be a 5-man Rampage. The beat keeps Blackcrown alive, but just for a fleeting moment as the Queen runs through and takes them down.
King is going after the crown of Black Crown, and with plays like that, it's no surprise that this team is doing so well. But they do have another opportunity at least to contest the point with the ultimates available. They kept stun here coming out to try and delay a little bit longer, but it doesn't matter because Punchma is punching down this Blameless with the ultimate of Ramatra, hunting down his go truly fitting of their name. And now the stall is over. Overtime is active, and Siren Song do not quite make it to the very end. The final hold, the final push by Black Crown there was successful, and that is some beautiful play that I love to see.
Wow, Jaffa, I was so lost in the sauce. I was excited. I was with Siren Song when they rushed through and they got the 5K, and then Black Crown were able to respawn in time, and just a few mere meters away from full capping, they got stuck. They ran out of time, they ran out of juice, and then the Annihilation really sealed their fate. And now as we reset, once we have an opportunity, and Black Crown are going on the offensive, that, you know, push being stopped from going the full distance means that there is no more opportunity here for a draw. Black Crown, the ball is in your court. You need to lead this crusade. You need to see it through. But if you do, there is a mighty reward for you at the end, because you are going to be able to take the first map off of Siren Song this season.
And that would be a crown worth celebrating as well. Achievement that has not happened so far. Siren Song have been so incredibly dominant. It's not just that they haven't dropped a map, a series. They haven't dropped a single map at all throughout the entire season so far. And I just don't know what to say at this point.
And, you know, we have an opportunity now to really look at what worked, what didn't work so well. And I think from Siren Song perspective, they think that it works well. They just took a little bit too long to come into action, to really kick into high gear. So they're coming back with a very one-to-one composition. When you look at Black Crown being on the offensive side, they're doing a little bit more experimentation. You got Alibi now on this Hongsa, looking to see, can I get any cheeky one-shots, or is this going to be a more permanent pick?
I feel like it might be a bit more of a temporary choice. It's certainly an interesting one going with the character that they've picked, but I guess I got to focus now on Chief, who's having a little bit of a game at the moment. Certainly been trying to pop off with those with his hero.
Yep.
Using the ability that they can to try and stone off the characters that they can, and now Siren Song, they're holding this point really well at this point.
Yeah, there you have it. There's the swap from Alibi off of Hongsa onto Mei. Something a little bit more that we would have expected from this matchup, and they are going to be behind now in terms of Blizzard percentage, but being on the attacking side, that is one of the liberties you have, is you're able to build it up and you're able to go when you're ready. You don't need to press that big shiny red button. Now, when it comes to cracking the defense, though, Siren Song have really nestled themselves in very well between these shots and are giving Black Crown a really hard time. They're not able to find anyone definitive to run at. And even when you're finding these off angles, there's a lot of good cover here that's keeping Siren Song alive.
Yeah, and you really want to be making great use of these to try and stay alive, especially in the face of these ultimates. But with the choice of the Captain Sun, it's not the most survivable ultimate compared to the other ultimates that are competing. But I don't think it's going to really matter, unfortunately, for them, because despite this, Black Crown are making great use of the Kitsune Rush, and Siren Song were not able to counter with their own, unfortunately, and that might have cost them that fight.
It's a good cap, pretty much like only 10 seconds off from what Siren Song were able to do on their attack, and if that's an omen for the future, future's looking pretty bright for you. And we see King TF here, really leading up that charge, trying to get up inside of Black Crown's faces, but a double kill from Black Crown leads them through, and as they're cleaning up these stagger kills, they got a pretty clean run to get at least halfway progress here on this payload.
Well, progress is progress, though, nevertheless. It is certainly something that you want to be proud of, because at the end of the day, Overwatch, as much as it is a time and objective-based game, you really have to be getting that as much as possible. You want to be winning quickly on the offense, because otherwise that time barrier is the thing that you're really fighting against, not so much the team.
Wow, nice shooting there from Swifters. Takes Huntsman down. Now without a tank to anchor your team, Black Crown are going to have a hard time staying alive. We already see 2 more kills get popped out. And Black Crown have no more stake to this throne, as Siren Song now find themselves in a really strong position. You're underneath this overpass. You got the train going up ahead, and you've got really powerful abilities here, able to really cleave through your opponents and sow a lot of mayhem. This was a winning combo in the past for this team.
Black Crown have just got a tremendous number of ultimates. Not only are they going to be able to use them to at least prevent things, but they're just able to back off, press the S key for a little bit as this overclock comes out, and now they have the great opportunity to use these ultimates in a time that is opportune for them. And yet in the end, it just seems to end up in a little bit of a stalemate, stalling even. Black Crown, having saved that Kitsune rush for the last minute, are now able to capitalize on the previous fight that never went well. Either team ended up with a bit of a neutral fight. The stagger on the poor Queen, now making great progress towards the second point with plenty of time to spare.
Yep, charging on forward. Siren Song are going to lose another member there, perhaps crucially, as this is really going to stop them from being able to contest here yet again. You see just how close they're crawling here towards this point, but the May wall really closes things off. Black Crown are able to cap the second point with 3.5 minutes remaining. Give them lots of time here, because all they need now is 2 fight victories. And they're going to be able to close this map out and really cement themselves as, you know, leading this series.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly would be interesting if they were able to do that. It'll be a first for plenty, and I'm sure it'll be a good morale boost as well for this team, who didn't do so well in the knockout phases. But unfortunately, this fight has just not gone their way in the slightest. Chef and Sky are managing to pick up the kills onto Black Crown that they need. Black Crown, unfortunately, having to back away because of that.
You're making your way back into the spawn to regroup as a collective unit. You've got the overclock on Shoreline Pie, one of your star players for sure, and the entire team, both teams are really looking to see how they're going to use it, how they're going to deploy. We see the side angle, we see Swifters take it off the board, opening the way for Black Crown to march in.
But they're relying too much maybe on this mechanical skill to pick up the kills. But Black Crown are pushing forward with their team organization, finding and hunting down the players that they need. 2 down already, unfortunately, for Siren Song. Black Crown are now crumbling, though, because Siren Song, they cooled them too close to the rocks. And now Black Crown, there's very little left.
Ultimately, Black Crown's downfall there was losing their supports to some really nifty shooting there. I really do have to shout out Swifters, the ability to land those icicles. But now we see 1 minute and 40 seconds left on this clock. We're really starting to run out of time. The pressure is climbing, and Black Crown really have limited ways of dealing with it at this stage. You see them grouping up, and they're ready to explode onto the scene.
And they are certainly going to be exploding onto the scene. Siren Song here with a couple of key kills, and they didn't even have to invest. Sorry, they only had to invest King's ultimate here, which is not the best, but given that Black Crown didn't even have the opportunity to use any of theirs, it's not putting you in an easy position next time for Black Crown. For Siren Song. But Black Crown can just use ultimates that they've been storing up. But I'm not sure if that's going to be too successful.
Yeah, you see the Blizzard come through, is going to freeze Huntsman in their place. And it's another push shut down for Black Crown. The time the clock is ticking, and Siren Song, they're burning a lot to keep it in this stage, to keep the payload from moving any further, but Black Crown, they really need their ghosting. They really need an opportunity here to go in, and we are entering last fight territories. The Kitsune Rush from Orange Peel again serves another time waster.
They continue to waste the time here on Black Crown. They're using their ultimates now as a last-ditch effort, now going through main instead. Fighting against the rocky place of Siren Song, the choke that they also love, but Black Crown is starting to get a little bit split. They have managed to find the kills that they need with the great mechanics, but they've expended 3 of those 4 ultimates that they have. Now with just 2 remaining of the Ramatra and the Overclock. But they have an Overclock of their own, Siren Song.
The Annihilation gets popped out, and it's going to be 2 OCs fighting their battle. It's going to be Shortline Pie actually finds the first pick. It's going to be a second one onto Orange Peel, a third one onto Swifters. And even though we see red stain the kill feed, it is the crown that is raised up high. Black Crown take map number 1 in what can only be described as a battle to the death.
Absolutely. Black Crown, they're doing a great job of being able to pick up this win, but I am concerned a little bit here, because as much as this is a massive victory for Black Crown, in fact, perhaps the entire tournament, to see Siren Song finally losing 1 map, which is certainly a first. Maybe they were relying a little bit too much on the mechanical part of the game to really bring about that victory, and Siren Song were doing such a great job with the teamwork, the organization, the placement, the positioning, that I think that they might be very well still have a decent chance of winning this entire series. But Black Crown, they've got that first map on board in this series. They're going to have to get 1 more to secure the victory for them.
Yeah, and you called it out, but the mechanical skill, it's very, very strong. And when you have teams that are this closely matched up, when on their fundamentals, both Black Crown and Siren Song are very competent, you need those star players to help really elevate your game, take you to that next level. And I mean, we saw it really throughout that map from both of those sides, whether it was Swifters with those May Icicles. You know, Shoreline Pie has received no shortage of praise for their performance there on the Soldier, but they were also getting met in equal quantity there by Chief. So it's good to see everybody, really living up to expectations, but that is the way that hybrid goes, right? It's an endurance matchup. You've got to really make sure that you're able to stay in it for the long term. And ultimately, it's Black Crown who were able to really execute on that idea the best. Next up, we're going to go over to Esperanza, which is their push map of the night. And I don't know about you, but this is one of my favorite maps to see, especially because of how wide open it swings the doors for all sorts of shenaniganery.
Yeah, Esperanza is a popular map. It's got a lot of opportunities for all sorts of little shenanigans, a lot of different routes you can take, different places that you can hold that give you different advantages and all sorts of great positioning. The matchups as well on Esperanza, I think it's one of the maps, a few maps in fact, that has quite a varied roster pool, which teams can play compositions that work well with Esperanza. Unlike some other maps like Watchpoint Gibraltar, where dive is just so strong. But we do have a ban from Siren Song, the Ball, which I suppose should not be too surprising. It is one of Black Crown's favorite characters, but it also works quite strong on this map too.
Yeah, especially if it's a good ball. You do not want to play against Esperanza or play against a good ball on Esperanza. That is one of my nightmares, that I'll wake up in a cold sweat from the middle of my sleep. When you're looking at Black Crown, though, what opportunities, what options they have for really our big rebuttal here, they do have the opportunity to still ban out that Xion, get her out the way for your team as well. But I'm also got a really keen eye here on the support bans. You got a lot of really powerful options, especially if you're really comfortable on your diversity and you want to ban out that Kiriko or you ban out that Lucio, because Lucio can really be a big point of contention, a really big snowballing factor on push, just the ability to get your team around the place. It's going to be a difficult time. What do you think that Black Crown is going to try to do to help relieve some of this pressure, Jeff?
Oh, that is a excellent question. It's a little bit hard to make an answer right this particular moment, thinking about it, because a lot of these teams have spent a lot of time with the new system that Overwatch released, with the ban system, and teams have changed their mind a little bit about how they're going to be using them. But this Kiriko ban is one that does surprise me a little bit. I would have thought they would have gone for a DPS ban, but a Kiriko, now that I think about it, does make a lot of sense. You get a lot of utility, a lot of availability with you've got cleanse, you've got your Kitsune rush, you've got great healing, you've got great survivability with Kiriko, and there aren't many other supports that have been able to stay so long in the meta like Kiriko. With a map that is quite open like this, with a lot of high ground and locations where it can be quite difficult to get to and from, I suppose a Kiriko can, makes a lot of sense where you want to use that.
Yeah, and it really opens the door to a lot of different strategies. If, say, King wants to run it back on the Junker Queen, well, suddenly you don't have to Suzu to worry about, negating your entire ultimate from functioning properly. It also opens the door wide open to potential Ana plays, right? You get your dive going, you get those anti-nades to sleep, very powerful utility. It's going to depend really on what the teams are most comfortable in and what they want to really force their opponents here into playing. And then also, you have another side to this is Siren Song King likes to play Mauga, and Mauga is somebody who really crutches hard on these current meta supports on the Kiri and the Lucio to really help elevate him to those heights. So removing him off the board effectively by banning out other characters is going to serve as a really big thorn in their side. Now I do also have some roster swaps here. It's going to be Epic and Hunts out for Surtech, it's going to be Epic in for Hunts and Surtech out for Oracle, and it's going to be Swifters in. Sorry, this format
didn't you see me? And Toasties then for Sky as well. So yeah. a few swaps from both of these teams here. I suppose bringing in some people who are more comfortable with these heroes. As you were saying as well, with the ban from the Kiriko as well, with how Mauga matches up into that, it's one of the main reasons that a lot of these teams have been adjusting to the ban system, where you can use these bans to strengthen composition that you want to run, and so by banning certain heroes, it allows you to maybe weaken others that you didn't want to play.
Yeah, it is also an interesting proposition, right? Being able to, swap in your subs after that ban phase, you really get to lick your wounds and deploy your best squad face forwards. And, as we prepare ourselves in for Esperanza, you've got all the flavors, all the different styles of gameplay that we talked about before. Jeff, what are you looking forward to? What is a team comp that you want to see played on this map by one of these teams?
I mean, do I go for the realistic answer or the wishful thinking answer? And my honest answer is I wish for Reinhardt to be played on this map. Will it happen? I do not think so. Although Ryan has seen an increase in the meta, so I am excited and celebrating for that change. But realistically, we're not going to be seeing any Reinhardt. Ramatra is extremely strong at the moment. You might be seeing a little bit of Sigma. You might be seeing some Ramatra. I already mentioned Ramatra, or possibly even Mauga, like you were hinting at before.
Yeah, those are definitely very good options. I would love to see a return back to Reinhardt. It really reminds me of not so prime London Spitfire, the last season of Overwatch League, when they were running that Reinhardt everywhere and comboing it up with Symmetra TPing all over the place. It's a little bit of nostalgia bait for you folks at home. But as those team comps are starting to solidify, I this is not something I was expecting very much. It's going to be more poke heavy for both of these teams. Black Crown and Siren Song both handshaking into Sigma, whether they know it or not. The Xion making a debut this series on Alibi, on top of a little bit more asymmetry as Toasty Toast and Orange Peel are running up a Juno Brig, facing up against Ion's Ana and an Ilyari. I don't know if that's going to stay that case, especially after, a fight or two.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the backline of Siren Song here. You've got the Brig and the Juno, which work really well in the combination, but Black Crown with Ilari and Ana, I just don't feel too confident about that. The Ilari just doesn't really work that well as a main support hero, while Ana is... I'm not too sure if you could be able to do that with certain heroes, but it does have a lot of value, maybe a little bit greedy, who knows.
We see Siren Song already taking some prime real estate on this point, getting the first shove out of about 10 meters, and really forcing Black Crown to respect them. You see those shooters there on that side angle. Mr. Technical loses his turret pretty early, and that means there's a decent amount of healing gone. A rock does connect here with Epic Shock, but it's going to be King who ultimately falls to a lack of support. And now down your tank. Siren Song, they need to scatter, and they need to do it fast as they lose Orange Peel, lose Toasty Toast. And now I have a feeling that Chief is next up on that menu. The flank.
Oh no, that is a desperation flank to try and get themselves killed if I've ever seen one. That was never going to work out well. Heroic plays, but unfortunately expected outcome. Black Crown, though, doing well so far. I'm a little bit surprised. Like I said, I thought the support light background for Black Crown was a little bit weaker, and while the rest of the team was mostly a mirror matchup, they're doing surprisingly well.
Hey, so one of the big points of strength with this poke comp is once you have that high ground, once you have the advantage from that first fight, it becomes incredibly easy to continue to snowball your advantage, as Black Crown have now secured themselves the first checkpoint, proven to be one of those big push objectives, now giving themselves a full respawn and doing near permanent damage to Siren Song's attempts to equalize this matchup. We see the Sigma, Ana, and Ilyari already right at their ultimates. This is going to be a devastating fight if Siren Song chooses to take it.
Yeah, Black Crown, they get to use this high ground, so they can just sit there and make sure that they're blocking it. It's really hard to push them off, and while they've built all these ultimates, unfortunately for Siren Song, it's just facing really, really strong opponent, but they are able to pick up the kills that they need to find them on the background, because they're going to eventually have to move towards this cart. Post-contest, this Nano coming out to try and prolong the fight a little bit longer. I'm caught off guard by this, but they were making it work. They're able to push even further, continuing that advantage that they had in the previous fight.
DPS, who needs them? We got an Ilyari, we got nano boosts, we got a Sigma who's just tearing up these fights, and not to mention we got ults laughing away back home, and this advantage is 100 meters is pretty definitively putting Black Crown in the driver's seat. See the Flux now picking up this Sigma. The Tidal Blast is going to keep him alive, but Chief, I can't say the same for you, with a double kill onto Orange Peel. Another Flux in retaliation is not going to do much other than just give the tanks some quick uppies, as Siren Song, desperate for their pick, is able to shut down Alibi, but that's doing little to slow down this advance.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be slowing them down for much longer. They're trying to push the advantage, at least for now, but they've been doing so well in able to keep this tank alive, make sure that there's no one who can really come down to Bray. But now the Epic Shock has gone down Black Crown. The one was preventing them from jumping into their backline, destroying them, keeping back strong waves at bay. Black Crown unfortunately go down. Now Siren Song are currently trying to push it back, but they've got such a massive lead, Black Crown. It's going to be hard for Siren Song to win this back, to turn this around, because that's a huge disadvantage.
Nothing quite like some caster cursing on a Friday evening. I'm all for it. As Black Crown, they are looking pretty strong, but we see the Orbital Ray come out from Toast pretty early on into this fight. Shortline Pie gets shut down. Now Epic Shock loses their life as well. The Spree is tearing the Black Crown apart, and this is the start to Siren Song's comeback. They needed to win that fight economically, and that is exactly what they did.
Yeah, and they've managed to keep Chief's ultimate as well. With the ultimate of Override Protocol, it's one of the stronger DPS ultimates available in the hero roster at the moment. So you are going to be able to use that along with maybe King, who, if they're lucky to be able to build up their ultimate in time, get some value. They are going to be floating up in the air, available for everyone to see and click. It's not able to find... Oh, finds a kill! And while that is going on, the tank is being destroyed. Finds another. The rest are collapsing on the remaining players of Black Crown, who were not able to set up properly.
Yep, getting this checkpoint. Very big W for all the Siren Song fans out there. But this is just the start of this battle. It's only halfway to the distance that Black Crown were able to cover on their initial push. And yeah, you've got 4 minutes, but things are going to start to dry up rather quickly as these fights are dragging on. They're not quick, they're not clean by any stretch of the imagination. Now you do see here Sir Technical maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew, as Xion riding them down in their spawn, but is going to be backed up here by their fellow Xion. And now we see the Sigma really vying for control up on the side ground. A trade kill. You don't see those very often.
I really don't get to see those mutual trade kills very often, but it's going to be more than enough here for Black Crown, because losing your tank, the tank is such a crucial component of this composition to keep them away at bay. And now that they've lost it, they're going to be struggling to get these kills, but they are able to pick a kill onto Chief. Chief able to get a mutual as well onto Iron, the backline, losing the critical healing that Epic Shock needs to keep them alive. And now that it's happened, King has been able to give him the opportunity to get all the way back to reinforce his team.
Tidal Blast, Graviton Flux, and soon an Orbital Ray. Siren Song have a very impressive array of tools to enable them in this next up fight, but that's not to say that Black Crown doesn't have the same. They got that Nano Boost and that the Spree available to them if they choose to use it. It's going to be Nano Boost, it's going to be Tidal Blast in that back line. Who's able to use it better? It's Orange Peel with the first pick in this fight. The Spree's not able to find his target. Ultimately shuts down Toasty Toast. Now Alibi runs for their lives. But didn't you see me? Shoots them in the back of the head. You see the Captive Sun not able to make its mark. And now Technical flying in the sky above this fight. It's going to be Graviton Flux not able to do enough damage here to take down the Ana. Now the Spree from Didn't You See Me looking to do some damage. He's not able to find its mark. It's going to be a trade 2 for 2. Siren Song are down their tank, but so are the Crown. And now the Xion leading up this offense, throwing their bike in as far as possible. Siren Song, they're in it to win it, and they are not backing up yet.
Siren Song appear to be backing up. They've backed up all the way. Nothing like calling something and something else happens. But Siren Song, though, they have a couple of ultimates at their disposal. They swapped out one of their main supports as well off onto that Wu Yang, but it's not going to matter. Don't you see me gets the kill onto Anya, and that is the trigger that they need to pick up the extra kills that are going to follow up as that. Losing that sleep, those nades that can cause so much pressure onto a team, just cause them to crumble. And now Siren Song are making more progress. They still have those 2 ultimates that they didn't even have to use the previous fight, all from that cheeky little kill on the Ana.
Almost a clean 5 game. They did lose their Juno, but she's one of the fastest characters in this game. We see the Override Protocol get launched up into the sky. Code rains from above. Is not able to find a... Never mind, is able to shut down Iron in this spawn. We see the Graviton Flux also deploys, not finding its mark. And now Black Crown, down their primary source of healing, are scrambling to cover this offense. It's 3 meters away from being a disaster as iToasty Toast is able to shut down Sir Technical. Gonna be trying to kill us. Sir Shoreline Pie uses the overclock to find Chief, but Toasty Toast is on a rampage. Got a taste of blood, is looking for more. The Tidal Blast is able to buy them so much space here on this point as Epic Shot gets tossed around, picked up and tossed back down. Again, Siren Song are able to bring it 0.04 meters. The game is not able to handle the amount of hype as Didn't You See Me runs away with their life. 4 centimeters. 4, will you count them, was the difference between Siren Song coming back in this series and ultimately still being in it.
But it's not over just yet because overtime has finally activated as the team are trying to get onto that bar to try to keep the overtime alive, the dream alive for Siren Song, struggling keeping that attention, making sure that it's always being pushed at least a little bit. But this is just going to be looking like if the ultimates are coming out from Black Crown to try and pick up those kills, those stragglers who are hiding behind cover, trying to keep the path to progress alive. And unfortunately, they're just going to be dropping like flies here for Siren Song. Knight's King goes down, the hazard switch, switching fast, trying to find those kills. But Don't You See Me goes on a rampage, but it's not enough of a rampage because Siren Song pick up the win. Sorry, Black Crown win the win. Oh my word.
A little bit too used to calling that one, but hey,
Yeah.
we see a new victor emerge. It's still 2 Overwatch, but that was the closest series that I've seen all day. Both of them had us, riding the edge of our seats. There was so much powerful potential. It was exploding. I could feel it everywhere, but ultimately it's the first 2. You can only have one victor, and I will definitely say that Black Crown deserved that with, the roller coaster that they took us on.
Absolutely. The player certainly puts on a cinematic show for all of us to enjoy. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, especially in that last map on Esperanza. Oh my word, there was 4 centimeters away from that victory. But unfortunately, they were just not able to push it over that line. And Siren Song, unfortunately, losing out with just 10 seconds remaining to capture. They are able to put a little bit of a fight, but it's just not enough to win the round. And Black Crown getting their 2nd win in the regular season now, putting them ahead of Siren Song, who had who had won every single match before this. So it's a little bit of a shock defeat there from Siren Song. Black Crown becoming the victor there, heading up to the top of the standings for A-League.
Yeah, sets themselves up in a pretty nice position, and winning that series 2-0 puts them as well with 4-0 map lead. Potentially really coming into effect in the later season when we have those teams to be compared against. But the Alchemist group is shaping up in a way that I was not expecting going into this. Right, the victory that Black Crown were able to amass today is going to, lead them into the future. And I think Siren Song, you've tasted defeat once. That's okay. It's how you rise up to the challenges, how you come back from this. And I'm sure that we're going to see our golden lads come back into the scene stronger than ever next weekend.
Absolutely. It's always a mental game in Overwatch. Being able to maintain that mental strength as long as you possibly can, it's really valuable. It's something that you tend to see a lot of, especially tier 2, tier 3 players I find often struggle with is with that mental game, because it can be so valuable and important to really bring it in to every single match near the top of the game. You're losing on so much potential of making mistakes, of not playing at your best, not being in the zone, and being able to have a positive outlook and everything is important. I'm sure Siren Song's coaches will be gleefully looking at a review of that previous match in the coach booth later today.
Yep, now before we let this run away from us too far, we've got our MVP for that series. And I don't know about you, Jaffa, but It's got to be none other than Shoreline Pie, who we also happen to have here for an interview. Welcome.
Hi guys.
Hello.
So, Shoreline Pie, that was a beautiful performance there that you threw on that Sojourn. Tell me a little bit, how did it feel being in the driver's seat there, especially, map 1 in that second half?
Yeah, no, it feels like the usual. Like, nothing special about it. I'm just shooting my gun. That's pretty much all I need to do. So,
All right.
yeah.
Yep, you've
The
heard
life
it
of playing
here first,
DPS.
folks. Yeah, you shoot your gun, you click on heads, especially those right clicks that were kind of nasty, and you win games. That's Overwatch.
It's so true.
Yeah. And then also as a follow-up, right? I saw that your team, they tried out the Hanzo on the attack. What was that about? Was that more so of a trust me, bro, let me go Hanzo, or was that something that you guys have practiced?
It's pretty much a trust me, bro. I didn't know he was on Hanzo. I don't even get on it. He just swapped to it like randomly, like right before like the round started. So yeah, that just happened. And we kind of lost the first minute, but like I kept playing him because like we have the team like some of us are very like chill and like very like joy and whimsy. Have so much joy and whimsy. It's like it doesn't matter. We start off on a bad foot. We just love each other so much.
You know what? And I love watching you guys play, and I'm sure the rest of the chat did as well. Now, my final question for you is, do you have anything to shout out? Or can players find you if they want to, encourage you or watch your journey along?
Well, the one shout I want to do is on Future. He's been coaching, especially like everyone, but especially for my tanks. As like the weeks progressed, like we have gotten so much better as a team because of unfeatured coaching. So I want to give a massive shout out. But for me, like to keep track of me, I just watch the main stream on BPL because I will always hit my shots when people are watching me.
All right, and there you have it. Thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast, and I'll definitely make sure to stay tuned. It's been a pleasure casting you, and I really hope to see you around again soon.
Yeah.
Right. And with the interview concluded, I mean, that's a feel-good story all around, but you know what would also feel good, Jaffa? Finding out who's next up on our scheduling sheet.
That's right. Next up, we got an exciting matchup between Hongsa and Flying Blåhajar, who are going to be taking it off between these two teams, I believe, from the B League. These two teams have had a bit of a history to go for as well. I'm curious to see how this is going to be working out for them, because whoever's going to be winning is certainly going to be heading up to the top of the details. Blåhajar with a win already under the belt as well, previously in the kickoff stage, so a little bit more practice, but perhaps that is not always going to be conducive to a victory like we just saw between these two teams.
Yeah, really, anything's on the table. We're still so early on in the season. Who knows? Maybe we might even see a 2-1 series for a change and a knock-on break. But anyways, make sure that you don't leave your seats for too long, as we'll be back from a break with that exciting matchup. Hello and welcome back to Pachimari League. Here we are halfway through the night. It's been some exciting matches to lead us off, and I'm more so excited for this next one though. It's got Hongsa versus the Flying Blåhajar. It's going to be a battle between the air and the water, as you know, both of these teams are really vying to be the top of their groups. Again, we have another 1 versus 1 matchup, first place. And if we look back at the schedule here for the night, we can see where we've come from, where we're heading, and where we're going to end up at the end of the night. Right, we got Hongsa versus Flying Blåhajar, as well as Ametori versus Phantom Verdict to cap things off. It's been a long day of Overwatch.
It certainly has been a long day of Overwatch, but we've seen some amazing moments already on the stream. Black Crown versus Siren Song was a lot of, I think just beautiful cinema between those two teams, some amazing moments, and perhaps some of the other matches earlier went by quite quickly, but I'm looking forward to what kind of absolute chaos is going to be happening between these two teams. After all, they have some experienced players on both of these teams. Hongsa starting off with a few interesting characters. Again, they've been a character. Wow, I'm butchering my words today. It is late in the day here for me in the EU, so it's going to be interesting. But they do have some champions as well. Mara, a champion of previous seasons of BPL. While Lux, Ryzen, They Call Me, Basket, and Gast Riptide are all players who are on this team, some with quite a established pedigree.
Yeah, there's a lot going forward for this team. One big point of contention is they've only really got one tank player. They Call Me M is their primary designated tank, and we do see that Gazed is, you know, a potential stand-in there, but being one of the limited supports that you have available is not really something that you want to flex over too readily. And we also are looking at the other side. We got Flying Blåhajar, their counterparts, and we were talking during the break. You also recognize a lot of players here from that team. There's a lot of carryover from previous seasons.
Yes, indeed. The other team, Flying Blåhajar, they are a team that hopefully will no longer be bound by plushies or by the sea and flying high to get this victory. But on them, they have a few names that I recognize as well. C-Sharp, I believe I've even commentated with them once before. But Rainy Mood, Nameless, Bubbly Watts, Sharp, REMM, Fairy, and Coolant are all players on this team, with, again, a number of players here with a lot of experience, having played in a number of different series before, in BPL and more. So with experienced teams like this, I'm interested to see how this is going to be going down, because it's not every day that you have players who are familiar with playing in this kind of tournament setting.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned at this overwhelming presence here of the Brigitte. Like, look, I like Brigitte as much as the next guy. It's not a main, I get it, okay? But, you know, 3 players dedicating their name cards to that might be stretching it a little bit much. But anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing who exactly makes that debut roster, because, you know, when you have so many support players, there's a lot of potential here to really, you know, flex your diversity and able to really play different styles, especially with their first upcoming map. It's going to be Numbani, continuing the theme with Hybrid first. And as a quick counterpoint to the previous series, this is very, very dive-centric. If you're not playing dive on that first point, what are you doing?
Honestly, Numbani is one of my least favorite maps. I think precisely because of the point that you basically have to play dive. If you're playing anything else, you're going to be really struggling, especially on that first point with the high grounds on the top left, top right, you name it. It's not my favorite map by far, but my disdain does not matter, because we are going to be heading to it anyway. And with Hongsa banning a diva, it feels like perhaps a Hazard or a Monkey will be forced out of this team.
I've had a lot of opportunity to dissect the Diva ban, given how popular it has been as of late. But some of the key points here, the cliff notes, the parts that could be an email is, Diva, very strong. Defense matrix, super strong. And in general, she has a really, really powerful gun and the ability for her to take down and hunt down targets. is, you know, unrivaled in her class, which is why you see her get taken off the board so frequently. And then you see Flying Blåhajar, probably with a targeted ban here against Mara, is going to remove the Pharah from play, who is, you know, one of those really rare respites from dive. You could probably get away most of the time by playing a Pharah, playing an Echo on first point. That's no longer an option. Hongsa are going to be really forced into the dive conglomerate.
Yeah, Pharah is a pick that I've seen chosen quite a few times on Numbani. A pick that has been growing in popularity recently. It's not a hero that I would have ever expected maybe a few months ago, but it seems like they're getting more and more popular. Just a few days ago, I saw an incredible Pharah get used in one of the Face It teams in the Open Division, and it was incredible to see just how well they were able to use that there. So being able to bring it here makes no sense, but now that it's banned, sorry. It's a surprising lineup from Blåhajar. I suspect a little bit of a bait with the Sigma choice, but I guess we might be surprised.
I mean, it's one of the potentials, right? On defense, you can sort of break the mold a little bit. You're really putting your eggs in one basket. Rainy Mood has all the resources here. You got that Sigma shield. You have the Kiriko, who is able to cleanse you in case anybody goes in too deep too fast, and you have, you know, Nameless here on the Xion, who is able to execute some light flanks, is able to use their limited mobility to great effect with such a condensed point, although verticality is one of her weakest points. And we see Hongsa rolling out here on a bit more of a traditional dive, albeit they do have the Sojourn as well in tow.
Ooh, but it's a dicey moment there already. Dropping down so low, managing to fly barely. But it's more than enough to at least keep them alive, keep the attack going for now. But with this monkey diving into the backline, it's going to be starting of the fight.
Lux gets the first pick there onto C Sharp and, you know, shut down Flying Blåhajar's attack before it even begins. And you just see how slow, how careful this team has to take it, especially with Mizuki being able to shut down Winston's ability to escape on a whim. Now the high ground does get secured here for Hongsa as they're forcing their way around the corner. Drop down to critical health for a little bit longer than I would think to be comfortable, but hey, you got the high ground, that's all that matters.
The high ground is a crucial stepping stone in taking this first point. And it's great to see that they're doing that, and now that they've really lost this positional advantage, Flying Blåhajar are now forced back. Hongsa are able to pick up the kills that they need, and now the point is all theirs.
You really put your eggs all in one basket when you're running a Sigma composition. You want to hold that high ground, you need to hold it, otherwise exactly that happens. We see Hongsa slowly but surely really decapitate their defense piece by piece, and now you have this further on attack, right? Numbani second is a very long point, but it's very untraditional here for most teams to be able to stage a defense until the very end. We also see here the flank opportunities are opening themselves, but it's going to take a short miracle here to see Flying Blåhajar really come out on top on this defense. Well,
beautiful double kill of the Sigma roll with that, and that's going to be all that they need to force them back now that they've lost crucial components of their composition. Picking up some stragglers as well, but it's going to be more than enough for them to at least stop the push for now. This Winston composition really requires some careful planning to try and pick apart the team as well as they can, and then it's going to require some setup and great communication on their part.
Yeah, but you see the angles are being found. You have this dive here onto the back line, and you know, Hongsa are really biting off just enough that they're able to chew. You see the Sigma walking all the way up to a Kiriko, doing a lot of damage here. He's able to shut them down, but Mara's able to get a double kill in return. Supports down from across the board. Rainy Mood is able to get a pickup, but not before they call me, and is able to shut down the Xions. But now another kill there onto Rainy Mood in that back line means that Flying Blåhajar really have no more legs to stand on here, and Bubba gets taken down in a crucial stagger pick.
that is a seriously valuable stagger pick. Getting that kill onto that Sigma is just playing such a crucial role within that composition by having all of the utilities that are afforded to them as a tank. Losing them just means you have no hope of contesting the points. So now you're going to take your time and wait to be able to recontest.
Yep, and with second point captured now for Hongsa, they got 4 minutes and a half left to go. The Primal Rage is popped here on the back line, but Mizuki's able to survive, and it actually ends up being Raymond here who dies first. We see the screen get popped through, but it's not able to get any picks as Mara actually shuts her down. Now we see the Riptide popping their Kitsune Rush is able to buy the team even more space, and Flying Blåhajar have been forced back into their spawn with some last second swaps to try and make this defense work.
Perhaps so. I'm not entirely sure if these swaps are going to be making the difference that they need, but they do have a couple of ultimates to hand, which is more than can be said for Hongsa, who are lacking in any of their ultimates. Kitsune Rush comes out trying to be able to find a couple of kills, but it doesn't go their way. They drop dead instead at the hands of Hongsa. They don't need those ultimates to get those kills. Graviflux is able to come up, but doesn't find the crucial picks that they need. Not seeing another double kill, but fortunately for Hongsa, they don't need any ultimates, and they just pick up the win anyway. That is a ridiculous turn of events there.
Well, I mean, I've heard of time gaps, but time gaps, but that has been a time canyon. 3 minutes to go on Numbani is not something that you see every day, and you can definitely credit a lot of that performance to just how cool and composed Hongsa was. They only really lost one team fight all in all, and that ability to really shut down Blåhajar's supports, that Kiriko, that Mizuki had a really difficult time that match staying alive, and playing down 2 members, that is definitely a way to send you back to the spawn room. Now, being on the attacking side, Blåhajar has a lot of the power back in their hands, right? They're able to play their game, and their game really seems like they want to stick with this Sigma. They don't want to budge on a dive comp.
I mean, that might just be a preference of how they play. The Sigma is a very specific kind of hero that has a lot of weaknesses. If you were, say, making a character in an RPG, then Sigma is the kind of character where you dump all of their stats into ranged abilities. They can cycle really well, but as soon as you kind of push them too far, you kind of go too close, they can just get walked on. And so that's why Remacha tends to do a much better in matchups against Sigma.
Yep, now a really big change here for Blåhajar is the swap from RMM off of Mizuki and onto Wu Yang. Now we have Wu Yang Kiri Mirror, and maybe this is going to bring the results that they so desire. I'm not sure if the extra damage is going to prove to be the difference maker here, as you see Blåhajar really fighting their way to get onto this high ground. You see the Winston very wary about getting caught with too many individuals funneling their way up through that high ground, as RMM already finds the first pickup on Tamara.
Oh, these are going to be some crucial picks for Flying Blåhajar.
Wow.
Oh my word, they're on a roll, getting another. And that's going to be all that they need to turn this around. They might not be in a particularly favorable matchup, given the situation of this map, but they are able to make it work. I thought this map was extremely dive-focused, and yet they're making this Sigma work. Perhaps it was all down to do with that support hero, that main support of Mizuki that they swapped out now for Wu Yang.
Now you see Hongsa are a little bit late here onto this high ground, but they're going to sneak up onto Nameless from behind and is able to do a significant amount of damage. It is going to ultimately be a trade kill Sojourn for a Shion. But now Rainy Mood is hunting down their next kill. Not enough charge to quite secure it. And this high ground here is really barely out of Hongsa's reach, and that's allowing Flying Blåhajar to continue to stake up their attack and keep Hongsa on their toes. We see Rainy Mood there, really strong, going to take down Riptide. Down your Kiriko, there's not going to be a consistent form of support. The Winston's forced to back out early.
Indeed, and that is what you kind of need to be doing. You need to be trying to win these fights. The monkey here, the real job is trying to get in, cause what they can, and then get out alive so that their supports can farm up some great ultimates to really keep you alive. And with this Wu Yang ultimate almost available, well, surely they're going to be going for using this Riptide.
Was that a
It's an Ajax with a Riptide. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Oh.
Well, I'm speechless, and clearly so are Hongsa. You can't speak when you're dead. As Blåhajar secures second point, 5 minutes left to go. It's almost like they heard me talking about Hongsa having 3 being very impressive. Now that the shoe is on the other foot, we see Call Me M looking desperately here, trying to find an angle, using that primal to go further than they have before, but ultimately it's going to be that bubble that keeps the Sojourn alive, or the Xion alive, and able to return back to the rest of her team.
Well, I am so sorry. I'm still recovering from that moment previously, but we do have the Kitsune Rush coming out, and there's just no ability to respond with the own from Blåhajar, and that's going to be their downfall, unfortunately. Hongsa able to capitalize cleanly onto the using the additional attack power that is provided from them. That means that they are able to only win this fight really by using one ultimate. Sure, they used the monkey ultimate there to prolong it a little bit, but they did their best.
Now, I have been a doubter previously. I have called it a miracle that they need to perform if they want to win a fight with just a Flux, but Bubba Wyatt has proved me wrong before. And hey, if you want to hit a nice 2K right now, I would welcome it very much. And we see already that RMM pops Mara right as they break into their own spree.
And that is going to be surely enough for them using his overclock, but they aren't able to find anyone just yet. It's kind of like a zoning overclock. A new thing that I was not expecting, but they're not able to really get the value that they were maybe hoping out of those 2 ultimates that they used. And now one of their members, the Kiriko, is down. Blåhajar are making progress. They're using this Sigma to try and really force back, prevent this monkey from doing much in the way of opportunity. And these bounce nades, whoa, able to pick up yet another kill on Sigizd. And now they're just running a rampant there on the points. But the overclock, the overtime, surely going to be able to come out.
Well, that's it. And both of these teams tied up 1 second away from each other going into this overtime. I really don't know what to expect in this next half, because while I thought that, Winston was the hot stuff, Bubba Wyatt was silently mathing out their angles. They were working on their geometry. They were getting the ball angles just right, because that was definitely a clinical Sigma round. I feel like every time we panned over to their POV, they were securing a kill all around a corner, out of sight, out of mind. And now as we set ourselves up into overtime, this is a team's opportunities to really make any big changes if they so choose, because all the perks now unlocked by default, and we're seeing that Rainy Mood might actually take advantage of that, roll it out on a Reaper, hoping to tame the storm that is They Call Me M.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned, though, however, with their composition flying Blåhajar. They're going back to that Mizuki, which I just don't feel like is a great choice. I feel like the Wu Yang, they were doing much better using that previously. Sure, they are going to be able to potentially give the opportunity to get the kill onto this monkey, should the monkey make the wrong dive. Gonna make them at least a little bit more cautious going into this match.
Now Hongsa have another difficult task ahead of them. There's going to be no more refilling of the timer, but They Call Me M is making really good use of what they have. It's going to be Nameless, ultimately, that drops first. Now down a serious source of damage, and down another source of healing as Mara is on a rampage. Hongsa are proving that they are here and here to stay, as now Blåhajar are dropping from the skies. C# is the next one to meet their timely demise, and that's a first fight win and a first point cap.
That was brutal. Hongsa making great use of that Tracer as well to get good mobility around, really able to defeat some of the weaknesses of this composition, especially around with this Sigma, where you're just kind of forced to use certain things. But unfortunately for them, Mari's a little bit too greedy and might not be asleep, but it's just as effective. Able to pick up the kill where they need it. And now they're stuck in a brawl here. Blåhajar against this monkey gets the kill that they need, gets anchored down as well, preventing the retreat. And now they are back to where they were the previous round. I sure hope this doesn't go to something ridiculous like 6-5.
Oh boy, I'm not going to call that in or out because I don't want to cast a curse at one way or another. We see Nameless made the swap there onto this Tracer, looking for some epic Tracer duels. A stick onto Sigma is going to do little more than deter them from walking up further. And we see Lux is, twitching at the bit. They're chopping for an angle as they call me M is able to take down Rainy Mood, take down Nameless as well to break that silence. And finally give Hongsa another breath at this point.
And that is just what they need to be able to get another breath at this point, because overtime is active. It's their only chance to extend it to cause an infinite potential of chaos. You've got absolutely so much space as well, but I think that Playing Blåhajar are making for the opportunity to go for the recontest. The gravitational flux comes out. The tank is sitting there on point, doing their job, trying to help and provide the opportunity for the team to find the kills that they need. To the ultimate as well of the support coming out. The Tracer of Hongsa trying to do their best, but there's just so few players around. They're the only one there. Playing Blåhajar are able to pick up the kills that they need to prevent absolute misery of potential caster curse of a 6-5 round.
Yeah, Blåhajar finally able to stem that bleeding, able to shut down Hongsa, but was it too little too late? We'll just have to see, because again, both of these teams were incredibly strong on the attack, and they failed incredibly poorly on the defensive side, where everything is on the table now, right? We saw the swaps out onto Tracer. We saw the Reaper get played a little bit, but ultimately it's a new round. It's a new opportunity for these teams to really show their A game and really throw the others off their paces. We see the Wu Yang come back out again from RMM, looking more so like an attack specialty rather than a permanent decision. We see Nameless being a little bit indecisive. Are they going to play that Genji? Is it going to be Vendetta? Is it going to be Echo even? We don't really know until they've walked out of this, and Rainy Mood seems to like that Reaper quite a bit.
I'm not too surprised, though, that they're looking at this Xion. Xion has been a new character that has added in, and I feel like they tend to at least overjuice them just ever so slightly when they first come out. Xion, with their abilities, it can provide a lot of defensive and aggressive options in terms of flanking, much more so than some of the other characters that we have, like Tracer and McCree. Well, not that McCree is really used for flanking, but they are able to get up onto the high ground at least, and it should be looking for a good opportunity to go in, but this Wu Yang is isolated all by themselves. Unfortunately, it gets dived. But unfortunately for them, on the other side of the Nameless, which we did not get to see, picks up yet another kill. 2 kills already. It's going to be devastating for Hongsu in terms of their composition. And now they are making great progress already. Quick, onto this first point.
Now Hongsa's Winston is stranded, is trying to find another opportunity here to come back onto this point. We see Rainy would get the kill there onto Riptide, and again your flex support is down. What are you going to do? It's definitely not win the fight as Nameless and RMM shut out Hongsa. Now Flying Blåhajar, they're able to do what they needed. They got that first point cap in pretty quick fashion. That's going to give them a little bit more room to play with, especially with this 40 seconds remaining, as they've got to really take this payload the distance.
Yes, and it is certainly on the cards. They have 30 seconds to go. No overtime just yet. but it's looking unlikely as Overwatch is always a race against the clock. But Riptide, they are having a choice. They're having a moment. They get a kill onto Nameless. Flying Blåhajar are looking low. 2 of their DPS. All of the DPS are down with just their tank and supports remaining. The tank keeping them off for now, but they are getting closer and closer to their ultimates. And this small advantage might be enough for them to at least make it to the progress.
Right, it's a mad dash here for Flying Blåhajar to touch the point again. The Graviton Flux used just to buy enough space to get the overtime wick burning. The Tidal Blast expended very early on. It's not able to knock anybody down as the Kitsune Rush splits Hongsa in half. Mara shopping here for a kill, is not able to get anybody. D-Sharp is able to take them down. The Primal popped just to keep M in it. Lux is able to get a trade back, and it's actually going to be another RMM fall. Flying Blåhajar playing on true health, and it ain't going up anymore as the Sigma falls. Nameless is not able to get back onto this point, and it was messy, it was long, but Hongsa win map number 1.
They do win map 1. We may have had to go into a couple of extra rounds, but Hongsa getting the victory that they needed. Beautiful kills as well from Flying Blåhajar. Just an absolute menace on this Sigma, but in the end, I just think the dive composition of this map, the geometry just favors Winston so much that they are able to get the kill. And I honestly thought this was going to go a different way, especially after that kill onto Mara. I was like, no way this is going to come out for a victory for them. It's such a crucial ultimate with that Tracer Pulse Bomb. You're able to kind of go into the backline and get a kill pick on anyone that you really want if you are able to find that crucial kill. And that can turn around a fight easily, and yet they lost that one pick. But I guess it didn't matter in the end. Blåhajar, unfortunately, losing that. But they still have at least one more map coming up next to change this around.
Yeah, I do think there is definitely, it is far from over for Flying Blåhajar. You know, you get struck down, you come back twice as strong, and if anything, from the way that that map went the distance, you can definitely see there's so much potential here for both of these teams. They're still continuing to optimize and to squeeze out as much juice as they can from each of their individual players. Now, our next 2 maps are going to be a little bit more decisive, right? Having push and having flashpoints come into play means that, you know, you don't have the opportunity to go as long. You don't have those big reset buttons. So whoever's able to really get that advantage off the rip, put themselves on the attacking side, and force the other off balance is really going to find the most success, especially in New Queen Street, where the defenders do have a lot of built-in advantages. They have a lot of high grounds to be able to play off of, but you're still on the defensive side and you're still losing a lot of ground as you do it.
Yeah, and do you think that New Queen Street is better or worse than Esperanza because of that?
You know, as a Toronto man's, I am legally required to say that I like New Queen Street more, but from a purely gameplay perspective, if both of these were, you know, white maps, and I couldn't see anything else about them, I would say I like Esperanza a little bit more in terms of gameplay, game feel.
Right, I have to agree, because as much as those kind of positions that you're mentioning for the defense, it can prevent some difficult challenges in terms of the gameplay, or how you kind of deal with those problems with certain compositions and choices. But we do already see a ban being picked here from Flying Blåhajar of the Genji, which is an interesting choice. I suppose it makes a lot of sense with given the map and given the players. But what do you feel about this Genji ban?
I don't know. I think that there is some potential there. Maybe there is some behind the scenes plotting, knowing what Hongsa are going to bring out. But Genji overall is a very strong unit when it comes to maps that are this vertical, right? When you're attacking second point, even when you're trying to get up onto some of these high grounds, over the buses, over the loop, you're going to have a bit of a struggle, and being able to secure those kills with Genji is a really big boon. Now, with that being removed from the board, it's another significant blow against your dive teams, though the door does open up a little bit more with all the additions that we've got into the cast, you're not so reliant specifically on Genji if you want to do a dive. You can always sub him out for other people. What it's really capturing my attention, though, is, where is Hongsa going to take these bans next? Are they going to play it safe with the tried and true Kiri ban? Are they maybe going to take a tank off the board like they did in this first time? What do you think about that, Jaffa?
Yeah, I mean, they can't ban a DPS now that a DPS has been banned, so you're really left with the choice between a support and a tank. Kiriko, while particularly would be strong, especially tried and true tested, they are not going to be going for that. They are going to be going for the Sigma, which I didn't have time to suggest that and imply that such a ban would take place, because Flying Blåhajar, they were using that Sigma rather well. It's an interesting choice, but Sigma always has their weaknesses available to them. As strong as they might be, they do have weaknesses that can be overcome. So perhaps they are concerned about how you're going to be able to use that, especially on high ground in a defensive context, given that you can't really use a dive, and just how menacing, honestly, Flying Blåhajar were with their tank player. They call me mean with that Sigma pick.
Yeah, I do think that it's a bit more of a targeted pick, but that's going to happen, right? It's the first of 2 series, and when you're up by 1, you're going to take all those tactics. You're going to take the advantages that are given to you. And it really, raises the question is Blåhajar going to be able to adapt? Is Bubba Wyatt going to be able to pull out another tank with similar performance, because they were clearly the highlights of their team during that first map. Meanwhile, Hongsa are a bit more multifaceted. We saw how much work both Mara and Lux were able to put in during that first match, and now as we prepare ourselves to hit the streets of Toronto, there is a lot of questions that are yet to be answered, and I think that a lot of that really does rely on where the draft takes us. What are these teams going to roll out of?
I am curious about that too. What on earth are these teams going to be rolling out? To me, it would seem that their preferred pick for Flying Blåhajar of the Sigma is can I put them in an interesting spot? I suppose you might end up playing Ramatra in the end because of that. And if you're playing Ramatra, then a lot of the other kind of heroes that you might be picking up will probably be based around Brawl. But perhaps we might see a Sim Brawl or maybe some other kind of more traditional Brawl.
Now we do have some substitutions to shout out quickly. Over on the side of Hongsa, you're seeing Wisex come in to replace Lux on the DPS. You've got Basket in for Riptide on support, and then you've also got Coolant in for RMM on the side of Flying Blåhajar. So plenty of substitutions all around. I wonder what these new pickups are going to be able to provide to us that really wasn't available here previously. You see Bubba Wyatt making their way over to the Zarya. Coolant rolling out again on the Mizuki is going to try and pull off what their predecessor could not. And when we look on the other side of the fence, looks like Wisex is going to take up that Tracer from Mara, allowing them to continue playing that Xion.
Well, this is an outcome that I was not expecting. Sure, the Winston is not surprising. The Tracer and the Xion should be able to work well together, especially with this Winston to try and get those kills that they need. Zarya, though, is a surprising choice, but this Winston is able to go into the backline and try to pick up this kill onto the shield, but they are nameless. This one 1 HP eventually gets picked up, knows exactly where they're going to be popping out, and now They Call Me is coming after the entire team, picking up 2 kills already, destroying the front line of Flying Blåhajar, and now they are forced to retreat, trying to keep their supports alive, but not for much longer with the communication and comms of Hongsa.
Yep, those stagger kills are going to lead to Blåhajar taking a lot of extra time back in that spawn, especially if you lose another member here, as Nameless falls due to being a little bit too far extended, and Hongsa with a quick call, a quick rotate, being able to capitalize on it. Now you do have the point continuing to be pushed forward, and nobody from Flying Blåhajar is really able to respond directly to that threat. And now as the ultimate gap starts to widen, a Kitsune Rush well placed could really seal Flying Blåhajar's fate, as this is a really devastating push just for one fight win.
It is. But Hongsa are organized as ever, knowing when to fall back and regroup. And they make the call perfectly, able to pick up the kill. It's been an explosive start for Hongsa so far. And now the ultimates are online for Hongsa. They're going to be using them to secure this fight, pushing them back even further, forced to bubble, chaser, and run away. I don't even know where that ultimate was even used. They had to back up all the way to spawn.
And Jeff, I don't mean to be a doomer, but this fight, this round, feels over before it even started. You just see how Hongsa are playing up in Flying Blåhajar's face. And one of the key points is how they're able to isolate their targets and execute them before the fight breaks out. These haven't been full 5-on-5 fights yet. And we're rounding this corner, we're at 90 plus meters, and Hongsa have built themselves a very juicy distance bank, and we already see M taking down Sharp over in that backline.
And that is all that they need to as well. The pulse bomb goes out, doesn't find anyone, but Hongsa have been melting away Flying Blåhajar. This is absolutely devastating so far. They really need to change something up. I think these tone compositions are just unfortunately going so far in the favor of Hongsa at the moment.
Yep. Now the Kiriko did have to respawn, so Hongsa are fighting down their flex support right now, but that's not going to dissuade them. It's going to be a Kitsune Rush as well as a Kenkai Sanctuary here. Blåhajar taking no chances as the Primal knocks them around the place away from safety. Nameless is able to shut down Wyzex, and now up one member. Blåhajar looking rejuvenated and stronger than ever, especially with this JQ swap. Proving them dividends as Giz pops the beat, but is not able to sustain the amount of damage that Rainy Moon is able to put down onto the team, and Blåhajar finally get that fight victory that they desperately needed.
They have indeed managed to make a reverse, making great use of those ultimates, picking up the kills where they need them. Hongsa, unfortunately, losing out on that fight, just not able to find and be in the right place at the right time. Flying Blåhajar are starting to make some progress, but they have an extremely long way to go on this push map. You can see the progress already of this, but there we are, jumping in already to try and start this fight.
Yep.
Unfortunately,
sorry, I'm choosing to take a quick respawn there, standing still, letting them hit that big crit spot right on his head. As, you know, Flying Blåhajar starting to come back into form, but Hongsa still have an opportunity here. All they have to do is regroup, and this is another one of those moments, Jeff, where we called it out before. Both of these teams are very strong on the attack. It's just who is able to get it and maintain that momentum, you know, is going to carry them a very, very long way.
This really has been a game of momentum so far for both of these teams. Not only in this map, but the map before as well, as Hongsa have a go at changing this momentum, using those ultimates first, and not even leaving C-Sharp the opportunity to try and play that ultimate second. Now that you've lost a couple of members, 3 of them, it's looking like that momentum has been killed already for Hongsa, with Flying Blåhajar having to make that retreat.
Yeah, the swap onto Hog paying dividends, at least for that first fight back. And I mean, this could signal a bit of a change in the strategy here for Hongsa. They've gotten the aggression out. They've gotten all the distance that they need. There's still 4 minutes left on the clock. What's more likely? Are they going to be able to full cap, or are they going to play to stall out this clock and go neutral on as many fights as possible, knowing that they have the advantage?
Absolutely, but unfortunately, these tides are changing quickly for Flying Blåhajar. They might be putting down out of the sky by Hongsa, but they are able to make the details that they need as the Hog falls finally along last. They find the kills that they need, and they have managed to build up a couple of their ultimates as well. Forest switch as well from Hongsa.
All right, not one that I expected, but I'll take it nonetheless, right? And with the Pharah in tow, you're going to be putting a lot of space between you and your opponents, especially until they swap to a long-range hit scan. You're pretty uncontested up high in the sky. You see Nameless here looking for an angle. Is going to get shut down before the fight even begins, and now down one of your star players. Flying Blåhajar has a really tall order ahead of him.
Indeed, it's going to be a tall order. They will have to rise to the challenge. But Hongsa, they are low on health. They are retreating by. Flying Blåhajar have a couple of ultimates still available to them. Having used that Kitsune Rush, they are able to win the fight for now, but it's going to put Hongsa in a bit of an advantage. Given that basket is so close to their own Kitsune Rush. Flying Blåhajar having a go at this hog, but even with this Reaper ultimate going out, they're just not going to be able to find the kills.
Yep, the boot definitely saved them from Rainy Mood's aggression, but looking for that pick in the back line. Mara is not able to slip away. And now the Kitsune Rush for Hongsa in combination with the whole hog is looking to do enough damage. There's going to be a hook to pull Coolant back in. And that is going to be the fight going the way of Hongsa. But again, they're going to need a lot more distance here to close this map out with 2.5 minutes left.
No escape there for Coolant. Gets hooked at the wrong moment and is unfortunately going to be turned into fresh meat for Hog. Turned into Swiss cheese with that ultimate online. Hongsa have a couple of ultimates as well still available. They have this beat available and a switch as well from Flying Blåhajar off of the Mizuki onto that Lucio.
You have the Rampage here cuts through Hongsa, but it's going to be Wyzex trying to even the score with the barrage, able to get one, but now without a tank, Blåhajar are scrambling, looking for an answer. That answer is a pick there onto Basket. No more flex support left, but you're going to lose too many members to keep the fight going. Hongsa, again, looking now for the spawn, trying to get this push spot all the way to make the full cap happen.
It is certainly a threatening proposition. Flying Blåhajar, if they want to keep this going for them, their win streak in the regular season, they're going to have to pull this out. Now, they did manage to make a 2-win, 1 victory against their previous opponents. So it's still possible that they might bring out such a return in strength. They switch as well from the Orisa, looking for a change of fate. They are pushing forward, trying to find the picks that they need. This hog has been an absolute menace so far. There's so many ultimates available, they're just not choosing to use them yet. They do not think the time is opportune for them to make use of this. But they're just giving more time for Hongsa to build up their ultimates of their own. And Hug is all that the Hog needs to get the kill. And now they can just push in with 2 players of Flying Blåhajar melted away. This Orisa, they might have great utility, but it doesn't matter if you're being chased down like that. Hongsa are on a roll with this at the moment. Blåhajar, they might have 3 ultimates, but they just didn't make use of them.
And now as we round the corner here, 20 seconds remaining. Blåhajar need to win minimum. I'm talking very minimum 4 fights in a row, potentially going up to 6. And that's a really tall order, especially when you lose Rainy Mood early on into this fight. It's going to be a double rush, seeing in 3D vision as Blåhajar gets knocked away by this whole hog, doing a significant amount of damage to Terra Surge. Comes through to pull them a little bit closer for a hog, but it's going to be C-Sharp that ultimately gets the pick up onto Mara. Giz popping the beats, is able to continue to sustain this team. But now both of them are equalized out. You see this hook come through, and it's going to be a masterful Suzu from C-Sharp to keep the Sojourn alive long enough to take down Baskets. And now Hongsa are on a retreat, as that's 1 of 4 already knocked out of the way for Flying Blåhajar.
Indeed, but it is overtime, so it is do or die for Flying Blåhajar. They got to make sure that this fight flies high. Higher than they've ever flown before to get this victory, to stay in the fight in this series. They have an ultimate available on this Pharah. They're going to be looking for a kill, but so is Wyrex on the upside of Hongsa. But take a look, use the Pharah ultimate on that counterpart. Another kill from Rainy Mood. try and secure this victory. They're being pushed back further and further. The HUD is looking for one single hook to bring about a victory. And now it is in the final few moments here. There's just a couple of fights to go for these two teams to decide the victor of this map.
And as things continue to build up, right, the tanks are running low, and Bubba Wyatt is almost at their Terra Surge. It could be a definitive one as C-Sharp gets another kill. It's going to be the Terra Surge on the Giz, and Blåhajar are able to do it. They're able to push the opposing team back. This Roadhog on his last legs. Mara taken out of the picture, and we called it impossible. We dismissed them, but Flying Blåhajar come back stronger than ever before, winning 4 fights in a row to overcome a 100-meter deficit in overtime. That's a 1-1 if you've ever seen it.
Well, that is an amazing 1-1 if I've ever seen it. Flying Blåhajar might have needed a little bit of a warm-up to bring about this victory, but they were able to do so. Despite all the things that they need, that Orisa switch really was the little missing trick that they needed to bring about that victory, and they just were steamrolled through to get that victory. That was such a cinematic, amazing, beautiful match. We did not see a repeat of the previous push map from before between Black Crown and we have not seen that repeat.
Black Crown and Siren Song. Yep.
That's it. That's Siren Song. I knew it was on the tip of my tongue. What a sweet song that they were singing. Unfortunately, they ended up losing, but this time, Flying Blåhajar have emerged as the victors of such a tale.
Yeah, and really fitting that one of our last series of the day is going to be one that goes the full distance. We're not into Overwatch land anymore, and it's going to give us an opportunity to see our Flashpoint maps, right? Because this one has already been pre-selected for us. It's going to be New Junk City. It's not one that you see too often, especially after the rework. While I am a bit of a personal fan of it, the diversity that each of the points offers you, especially, it feels like it's a lot more turbulent than Suravasa. That's probably but why the community tends to favor Suravasa over it. But I think a map like this is perfect for this series as we've seen it. Sigma no longer being available to ban means that Bubba is going to be on their primary tank, and we've seen them do significant work on their flex picks, right? The swaps, like you called out before, have been immaculate, but continuing to see them back on their main, I think that's something that is going to send shivers into Hongsa.
Oh, absolutely, but I'm not sure if they need that, given how well that they were able to turn things around, having used that Orisa. The Sigma, though, like you were saying, was a terrifying hero choice for Flying Blåhajar. They were so powerful at making use of that Sigma. I'd be concerned. You're still going to choose a couple of bans though for both of these teams on this map. We do know that it's going to be New Junk City, as you're saying, a tiebreaker between these two, so it is all to play for. But New Junk City, it has a couple of different points, given the fact that it is a Flashpoint map, where you have a couple of open and closed points that are going to be applying a little bit of a mix-up as to which kind of hero composition is going to be the most effective.
And there's a lot of opportunity here to play your style, play your own compositions. One of the things is I continue to really be a Sigma hater in my mind. I'm sorry. Look, Bubba Wyatt, I see what you're doing. I really do. But I don't think that Sigma fits too well into this map, and I'm probably going to eat my words saying this. Because a lot of it is about that push and pull. You want to be able to really take a lot of space and really fill it. And a lot of that ends up being the territory of either dive or your rush maps. And Sigma can really struggle to get that engine going. Now I see Hongsa have already been hasty with their ban. They want to get this series over with and try to swing things back in their favor, as a Reaper ban means that whatever Flying Blåhajar were doing on that Reaper, it was working very well.
I suppose it is something that would be terrifying for them with that Reaper. It's a character that has been in the game for a very long time. It's can be quite a powerful character if you choose it. It's been seen in a few different metas as well, if you might remember, with the Zarya Reaper meta, where, of course, the Reaper's main goal is to, cause a lot of disruption, but also to give some ult charge and also charge to the Zarya as well with their particle beam to give them as much damage as they possibly can. But Flying Blåhajar are going to be the ones making the ban next, and they are going to be banning the Ramatra out of all things. I suppose that might make sense given they are going to be likely going Sigma in that case, since the Sigma Ramatra matchup can be a little bit difficult for the Sigma.
Yeah, Ramatra is, your key anti-shield tank. You're just going to run them down. You're going to continue to throw punches left, right, and center and give the Sigma really difficult time. And if that wasn't enough, you're also able to, pull up your arms and block for yourself and, really negate a lot of the damage that otherwise Sigma is able to use as a deterrent against, other less capable tanks. So removing that from the board does really clearly signal to us, at least, that most likely Sigma is going to come back into the picture. And we do have another swap incoming. RMM is coming in for Coolant. There's also speculation in the chat. Maybe Coolant was the solution, but we're going to continue to swap them back and forth and see. Maybe this time the Mizuki Lucio Flex is going to work.
Perhaps it will work out for them with that flexible options of them, but New Junk City will be heading in there, a map that has seen a lot of Ramatra play, so I suppose it's no surprise that you'd be expecting it to be banned if you do not want to go up in that matchup. Yep. Recently, though, in the top tier of Overwatch, a particularly famous team has been going on quite the win streak within New Junk City, winning all of their maps within New Junk City, and so I hope perhaps for the fans of both of these teams will be hoping for a victory to come out of this, perhaps in similar dominant style.
Yeah, now these teams are really showing us what they got. They're going to play their most comfortable compositions. They're going to really come at this all cylinders fired up already, and Flashpoint is known to be one of those more explosive maps. You're just going to have fighting from beginning to middle to end, and there's not going to be any breaks or respites, and there's no big points to reset yourself, as damage done is permanent. And as we excuse ourselves for a little bit of a tech pause, we did see a quick peek at what these teams are going to be running, and to nobody's surprise, it's going to be Hongsa back on that Winston dive, and it's going to be Flying Blåhajar, fighting them right back on that Sigma.
Well, that is no surprise to me, at least, with something like that, with the Sigma choice. I mean, it's hardly surprising, but they are going to be choosing to go with that Mizuki pick, which acting as their main support, which is going to be an interesting choice. I mean, you are going to be making use of those abilities to match up into the Winston, but at least in my opinion, the Mizuki as a hero has been put in a little bit of a difficult spot by Blizzard, where it feels like it doesn't really work in much of a, it's quite a niche hero, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it does struggle a little bit, but especially against Winton, it's a super potent counter. I don't know if you've been playing much dive into Mizuki lately, but him being able to really stick you in place with his hinder really messes with a lot of muscle memory from a lot of these top players, because you are trained to go in and get out at the very last possible moment, and you turn around, you try and use your jetpacks, but then you're stuck to the ground. That is going to result in a lot of kills, or just the threat of having that ability available means that your Winston is not quite able to milk out as much value out of the character as they usually are. Now, both of these teams are already clashing here in the center of the map, and Nameless manages to find a kill here on the Gist.
And that is a crucial first pick for them already in the first setup. Losing your support, Hongsa are able to turn this around and get a couple of kills of their own onto the Mei That might just be more than enough. It's certainly enough to push them all the way back and capture point.
Yeah, losing the Mei means the loss of a lot of pressure, a lot of damage. The big one that I want to point out here is, Rainy Mood already debuting here on the Cassidy this series. We see Nameless swapping over onto the Xion from the Mei, and RMM's Lucio means that this is going to be a bit of closer mirror than we would have expected right out the gate.
Indeed, out of the gate, they are trying to do this as much as they can. With Flying Blåhajar, with this Sigma composition, they are trying their best to find the opportunities to kind of keep the distance, but unfortunately, Hongsa are still able to just run them down, pick up the kills that they need, and as soon as they pick up that one kill on Sigma, the composition just pretty falls apart.
Yep, and at 75%, there's going to be no time for Flying Blåhajar to make their way onto this objective, given how fast it ticks up, and their lack of a Tracer-like character is able to really sneak their way in and touch. We do see Bubba Wyatt making the swap over to the Junker Queen, choosing to forego the Sigma this early on in the match, especially when you ban out Ramastra for it, is not a good sign when you're looking at it from this perspective. Now, as we prepare ourselves for the next point, big key point is going to be that Wyzex is 5% off of that Dragon Blade, and given that there's not very many ultimates that are able to combo with it, Drive Blading is going to be the way to go, and it's going to be used a little bit differently than you would otherwise, as we already see Hongsa, really finding the advantage running in on this backline.
They are running into this backline as much as possible, separating the players out, and unfortunately that's going to mean that it's going to be a death there for Rainy Mood. And now they are going to be having the entire team chasing after these few players. There's just no opportunity as they go on to the next point. Another indoor point as they begin to cap, with ultimates to spare as well from Hongsu. It's not looking favorable for Flying Blåhajar. Sometimes the fight between fights is crucial because even if you lose, it can be it can put you in an advantageous position for the next few fights. And considering that can be very difficult within Overwatch.
And now Hongsa are coming at this from a very advantageous position. 5 ultimates available to Blåhajar's 2. And they're going to use it at the exact same time. Kitsune for Kitsune. And we see the angles going out. Is going to be a spree over into that back line. The beat is also dropped for extra insurance. Nameless is going to be able to find 2 kills. Tomorrow's 1, but They Call Me M is able to find another pickup. Wyzex able to find a kill there onto that back line. And the Primal used at that last second to make sure that the Winston does not fall. JQ really trying to find her exit frag here, but is not able to get it. And Hongsa, they've done a pretty good job so far maintaining their momentum. Almost securing themselves that second point. Are they going to be able to do it in a third, though?
Well, we are going to be finding out shortly because they have captured this second point. They don't have all the autos that they had before, but Flying Blåhajar, they only have one of their own, the Queen Ultimate, which might be enough to turn it around, but you do have the Genji Blade, and it's a notorious ultimate for having a high potential to just turn fights around if you can get the right timing, the right kills. Another switch as well with the Lucio now being chosen by Blåhajar, and the Genji Blade comes out, finds 1 kill. Will it find the second? They're chasing them down, chooses to abandon such an option as the ultimate from the Queen comes out, able to pick up 1 kill. It isn't providing enough of an opening for the rest. Suddenly Sharps is able to find another kill. Raypod finds the other, and it was indeed enough of an opening, but now you still have this monkey available who's setting on the point, preventing you from capping, finding the opportunity for Hongsa to maybe regroup even, retake, reinforce even. Just not able to deplete this health bar fast enough.
Yep, 7% on the point for Flying Blåhajar already. That's the closest they've gone into a cap all map. And now you see the re-engage coming out of Hongsa. I'm looking to see if there's an angle around Bubba Wyatt without having to confront them directly. The Junker Queen is going to eat Winston alive if they're in close range with those bleed stacks. And you already see that Hongsa are taking this high ground position. Flying Blåhajar are trying to rotate, seeing how they want to tackle this next up fight. There's going to be Kitsune rush here from basket. Wyzex able to use it masterfully to take down Nameless. And now Flying Blåhajar licking their wounds, backing up a little bit more. deciding that we can bide our time and come back in a short moment.
Yes, well, for them, it is a victory in some sense. They were able to get all the way up to 50%. Oh, nearly able to catch their monkey off guard, picking up the kill. Nameless is able to find out 1 kill with their ultimate. And now Flying Blåhajar with their explosive entry. The near putting the monkey in such a dangerous situation. They just really open up the position there and force themselves into Hongsa, and just, unfortunately, their composition just crumbles.
Yep, 70% captured on this point. Flying Blåhajar are going to be doing their best to keep Hongsa away from it, but thanks to their Lucio, we're able to rotate around in time. You see this quick engage happening onto this high ground. They Call Me M is trying to bide their time here, as it's going to be a spree into this back line. Mara's able to find 1 pick. Wysex with a second, and no trades back for Flying Blåhajar means they're going to be fighting at a disadvantage. But Wyatt gets taken down right after that, even though Nameless was able to find 1 pick. It's all for naught as Hongsa recap this point at 50% capture progress. It's going to be 1 fight away from deciding whether or not Hongsa win this map and win the series as a whole.
It is a difficult and stressful time for any fans watching, the fans of Flying Blåhajar, but they at least have some ultimates at their disposal. The overclock comes out already to try and find the kills that they need. And the Genji Blade counters from Hongsu, not able to find the picks that they need, but it's going to be more than enough to at least stall for now. Flying Blåhajar putting a difficult position. They need to win this fight because they're losing far too many people all at the same time, and they've got to make sure that they do not lose the points. Otherwise, it's going to be game over for them. Enoch comes out, he's able to get the ante on a couple of players, but they're just not enough because there's 4v1. It's never going to go in their favor. They might have switched fast, but not fast enough. Hongsa are able to bring out the victory there, fighting tooth and nail. That's the wrong saying. I am getting that saying wrong up. But a beautiful, no doubt, well-deserved play of the game here from the monkey. They Call Me M, getting the kills that they need, jumping in where they want to. Yes, they are using that ultimate as well to reinforce their health, to make sure that that position isn't going to be given up. I mean, that is an incredible set of sequences there from those teams.
Yeah, really strong play there from both of these teams, but ultimately it's Hongsa that rises up the occasion, right? Really showing their dominance of the sky, dropping in with the Winston on top of them non-stop. It's been a relentless assault, and I think that the chaos is really what they strive best in. And we saw how close those previous maps were, you know, whether we're looking at the disaster that occurred on New Queen Street, or we're looking even back further than that in Numbani when it went to, overtime, and you were jesting about, double overtime potential. We really got this close to really making it the full distance. But ultimately, GG's to both the players, or both the teams. I don't really have too much more that I could say other than they were very well equipped, and they both definitely deserve to be the top of their class.
Definitely. These two teams are teams that I would be looking forward to watching in the future. In the B League, they are now, though, having set themselves up into who is got what on the pecking order. Hongsa standing up at the top, but not the same kind of record that the counterparts in the Barbarian group, Mango Nectar, with 4-0 to maps. So perhaps it will be interesting to see how these two groups are going to be facing off later in the playoff stages. But Flying Blåhajar there, unfortunately going 1-1 with a 3-3 map record. It's probably not the outcome that they were looking for, but it was well played nevertheless. It's fair to see why they deserve to be in such the position that they are in.
Yeah, and when it comes to this grouping, right, we have really given the strong performance so far. It is a 5-team group, so not every team is going to play every single weekend. The seeding works out that way, why you see the Hidden King who are yet to play around. But in due time, once we reach those breakpoints, we'll be able to see the group more strongly form out as a whole. Now, I want to bring it back a little bit, Jaffa, and I do want to talk about, you know, who our MVP is going to be for this round, right? Because we saw some incredibly strong performances all around from Hongsa, whether it was Mara really bringing up the heat on the Xion, and especially with the Tracer swaps, really forcing that swap in kind, whether it's you know, doing a lot of work here on this Winston, or I do also, you know, have to shout out that backline, whether it was Basket and Giz or Riptide, who were really fighting that good fight and continuing to keep themselves in. You know, who would you sort of nominate here for that MVP discussion?
That is a hard call to make. For me, I think I might have to give it to the tank of Hongsa. They call me for their great use of using Monkey. They were playing it rather well, in my opinion. Of course, the rest of the team were doing just their part to YX and Basket, but I feel like, for me, I've got to give it to the Monkey for their incredible use of making sure in this matchup against rather scary Sigma, forcing the compositions that they were having. And what do you think? Do you think I made the right call?
I think at this point I gotta agree. I do think that the Call Me M was really the glue that held this team together, being able to go in with those dives. And it's very easy to follow along and see the DPS littering the kill feed, but you also got the tank who is really creating a lot of these opportunities and does share in a lot of that glory. And I do definitely think it's worth highlighting and you know, really bringing up at this stage. So, you know, congratulations to M for the MVP, of course. And that does also, you know, bring us into the rest of today's schedule. It's been a big day of Overwatch, but there's still more to come, as Ametori up against Phantom Verdict is going to be your last matchup of the night. Jaffa, just off on a whim, so the people know what to bet their channel points on, who do you think is going to win it just from the names?
Oh, that is a honor that I would love to take up on. One of my favorite things as well is to bet those channel points to make sure that I'm certain that I have a very good record, far better than any member in chat. I think it's going to be very important to, I would say, on... let's have a quick look at these teams as well. I think I would probably have to argue that I would go for Phantom Verdict over Ametori, but I wonder what chat thinks and how badly they're going to get it wrong, obviously, because I totally am going to get the correct call and not cast a curse this outcome.
Well, yeah, but you got to shout out Phantom Verdict on stream, and then you vote for the other team, and then everybody is really confused, and like, you could potentially pay out big if you vote against the popular pick, right? That's how voting works, right? Or channel point gambling, I should say.
I don't believe you're exposing my strategy.
I'm sorry, but I need to tell the people. They need to know. They need to be clued in, and they also need to have a short little break before we get up to that next one. Make sure to get up, go get some water, stretch your legs, and be back in a couple minutes, because we'll have new casters, new series, everything coming very shortly.
And hello, everyone. Welcome back. Quick little break here. We have the last match of the night. It's going to be an A-League match between Ametori and Phantom Verdict. I'm Mustard. I know, I'm still here. WysTome all over here on this side. Hello.
Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody.
Yeah, so this will be a fun match to watch since both these teams went pretty far in that kickoff bracket that we had last week, 2 weekends ago. And coming off, both teams 1-0 right now. So someone's going to have to walk away with a loss in the regular season. But I think this will be a really fun match.
For sure, yeah. Like talking about the tournament, they definitely they both went against the same team actually, and they lost to the same team. So that's definitely interesting to see. And then both currently 2-0 in the normal season. But it should be a good matchup. Hopefully they're going to have some banger rosters out here, some banger people, and just a whole lot of kills happening.
Yeah, that's my favorite type of Overwatch. So yeah, we see that little bit of that kickoff tournament there for these teams. So if you think about it, they both lost to the same team, therefore they're equal. They're equal team.
Yeah, they're on equal footing going into this this matchup overall.
Yep. We'll take a quick look at rosters. There's some familiar names from previous seasons on Ametori, and personally looking at we all know Illuminous has been around for a while. Prize, Zimziff, players that have been in the league for a little while. I would like to highlight there is only one main role tank player for Ametori. That's going to be Matt Berger. So lots going to be revolving around him. Especially in Overwatch 2. One tank, it just takes everything over. So it will be interesting to see how they leverage that.
Yeah, and the Phantom Verdict, obviously, a lot of options here for tank from their side, a lot of options for DPS, a couple of options for support, but a lot of main DPS players I've noticed in general with Overwatch. And I feel like it's common with most games where it's they want to be the kill person, it might be that main carry, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, notably Genesect ZDB, the best ball in BPL, notably playing support now. So
definitely an interesting choice for that, for sure. And with that, again, only one main tank player, Angelo Lagusa. So main tank versus main tank at this point, gonna be a battle of the wills at this point.
Yeah, it will. And it will start out on Midtown. It will happen on Midtown. That will be the first map to kick things off. I am interested. I'm not too familiar with exactly the play styles of these teams. I guess we'll find out pretty soon. But I love me a little Midtown.
I think Midtown's a family favorite at this point, honestly. I don't think anybody has a hate of Midtown. There's other options like Hollywood. You're yeah, it's okay. But Midtown, everyone just wants to go there immediately.
Yeah, I feel like it's a good... pretty solid, especially to start your game. We have the bans coming out here. We have Ametori banning Freya and Phantom Verdict banning Sigma.
The Sigma ban, I think, is a very strong pick in general, no matter what comp you're going with, just because he has the ability of blocking twice as much. With Midtown, you may end up going with a Bastion, so getting rid of double blocks for that, great option. Cat Bastion's a thing that can still happen, and it's been more common at this point.
Yeah, and I personally hope we don't see Cat Bastion here. We've had enough. But I wouldn't even think it's that good on Midtown. Just there's better angles you can hold, especially card has to go through a big underground little underpass on second point, and then you're kind of inside a building for third point. So it's not the clearest sightlines in the world, but anything can happen, as we're gonna get loaded into game pretty soon.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing with Cat Bastion is it's just used as a cheese for the first point, because you can just hang out above the train with it and then just hide behind it immediately. But there are better options. Xion is available in these games. Even though she got nerfed, like she's still insane. Like her execution still does a ridiculous amount of damage if you have aim with it. It's not as big of an issue that you don't have as much projectile.
Yeah, I am not a fan of that Xion character. It's a little too strong right now. I just came out of a scrim and we were just kind of got walked over by a Xion, so that's never fun.
Oh, hate that. And we do actually have the team comp showing here. We do have Ramatra for the side of Phantom Verdict, along with Xion, not surprising, and Sojourn, and then the common Kiriko Lucio, of course.
Suspiciously Mizuki-shaped Lucio.
And he did actually just change to be Mizuki now, so now we have Mizuki Kiriko, which is, I feel like it's been like common today with just Mizuki Kiriko, with just a strong overall defensive.
Yeah, I mean, especially on Midtown, you're not rotating all the time. You know, you have a good amount of speed. Hey, you get a little bit extra on that major perk for Mizuki. So it's I like the pick. It's nice. It's it's a safe option as Bike slides into frame, and we are sliding into first attack.
And actually, the first blood already going to Angelo on that Sojourn as well with the Ramatra. Crazy good. Zaria having to hide behind the wall.
Yeah, it's not looking that great for the attack, but the spawn is just so close. They're just gonna chill.
Yeah, I mean, but that's not a huge issue, especially this early on. It's like if they knew where they were at now. They're able to get a little more push in.
Yeah, they do have 5 now. They're gonna start to walk forward, take a little bit of space, because we see Matt Berger kind of already walking up a little bit as Zarya, trying to get control of this subway area, but they do feel a little lost. Maybe trying to fish for a pick. It's gonna be right there. Chen goes down, and Angelo not long for this world, but I mean, with how early they died and just the kind of the rest of Phantom Verdict just staggering about, I think they should be able to get another touch before it caps, which is probably what they're gonna play for.
Yeah, and I mean, the Pharah just sitting there waiting for him as well, just trying to watch. They do have them coming back from the spawn though, so I mean, Wuyong on there by himself right now. They do see the Xion. Oh, so close, but so far.
On. Yeah, kind of
absolutely.
Kind of gets walked at. Come back. They're not gonna contest this at all, and I'm interested in this Lari pick here.
Yeah, the Alari coming out for defense as well. I mean, her pylon's really nice because you can just have like Xion or, I mean, at this point, Pharah or Sojourn hide back behind like a wall and get healing. Pharah does end up going down.
Yeah, great pick from Fuzz. Gonna prop the go button a little bit. I mean, this cart moves so far for free that it's really not that much of a loss for the attacking team. Your spawn's right there as well.
Yeah, it really is.
They're gonna walk forward though. I'm not a fan of this. Having to force use the Nemesis form and just block his way out.
Yeah, not great cooldown usage right there. Zarya honestly can just use this as a way to just push in. He does have to use his shield a little bit, but he's gonna just try and get that poke damage down onto Pharah, and he does go back into Nemesis form again.
Yeah, Considia Rush is out. Dog's out for both teams actually. And they're just gonna be exchanging ultimates and exchanging some health, and that's gonna be it. But that barrage and Graviton Surge comes through. Ametori taking control of this fight, and the rest of Phantom Verdict just gonna walk away slowly, but not surely, because Jen does go down a little late, and the Ilari's getting staggered, and my Ilari's staggered.
Oof. I mean, Frost almost got taken out by the Ilari, but thankfully supports are there to keep you alive, and the kill onto Damien does go down, so that's going to put him back there at the spawn again, and they are just trying to get this pushed out. One person on the point, everyone else on high ground. Really smart play for him.
This ends now.
Yeah, opening things up with an overclock, they're gonna be proactive. There is a sun drain to face, and they are trading back. Xion ult with that captive sun just does so much damage so fast, and Angelo popping the annihilation just to hold that space, get that extra health and the extra damage. I mean, I thought it was a lost cause, but they just flipped it.
I was not expecting the ult rollout, but I mean, honestly, it worked for them. They got the point back. They get some time available for themselves. I mean, the sun from Ilari along with the Xion ult just demolishing half the team in like 2 hits.
Yeah, you just kind of walk at him, and it's just a free kills all around. Wuyong comes through. Matt Berger trying to walk forward, get a little something with it. Does eventually zone out the support, and
Buzz is just hitting these ultimate shots though, honestly. The overcharge is going
both.
crazy for them both.
Both Sojourn's actually doing a really good job of landing their railguns, which has kind of been that determining factor. Madburger's still kind of playing with the concept of staying here. The rest of the team has respawned, so looks like they will be doing that. Tsune Rush comes out for Ametori as they continue to walk this card in, and really it's kind of everyone just kind of everywhere. Not much happening.
Yeah, I mean, we're getting kills left and right from both sides, and it feels like they're not really being cohesive. It's just kind of like going for a scrap and hoping that it works out.
Yeah, and then they trade DPS, and now they're just chilling. And again, the fight has once again reached a little bit of a lull state, as potentially just stalling things out, waiting for ultimates to come online. We're close to that barrage, close to that grab, close to portals for Phantom Verdict. They're gonna walk forward now. This might be the go button, but
it might be. And we do actually have another grab.
Oh, and it's a Nene grab, A little unfortunate for Madburger. Femus goes down. Barrage coming in does get a little bit of value. Still, the trade's still happening though. It is now an even 3v3, but no supports online for Phantom Verdict means it's just going to be a quick cleanup for Ametori. They win the messy, scrappy fight in the end, so.
They do, and Illuminous on that Wuyong getting a double kill at the very end as well. Like you said, showing his prowess. He's been here for a while. He knows what he's doing, and he does it well.
Oh yeah, I'm actually, like, I know we didn't really touch on it too much. The Wuyong pick is interesting in my opinion.
I agree. I mean, if you can play it well, it works super good, especially with Zarya, because you just kind of like throw your ultimate on her and she just walks into the entire enemy team with the bubble on. We do have a switch from the Pharah into a Genji as well, from Essel.
Which is fair. I think it's going to be really hard to play fair in this third point. You're confined by the roof of the train station. There is an overclock out for Ametori, just going to zone the rest of Phantom Verdict away from the cart, so 3 meters, free push happening. Annihilation comes through super low already. Is that Ramatra? Continuing rush is coming out on both sides, but the Wuyong with the Genji dashing in. The title rush does get a little bit of value. Eventually we'll be confirming that kills. Make that 2, but they're going to trade it right back. It's still, again, a mess as to where everyone is. Sumus gets another one.
Yeah, and Bombus getting a double kill there on the Xian. Xian, again, just super strong right now, and it does end up getting grabbed in her ultimate. That is unfortunate timing for her.
Yeah, but, there's not really much you can do if you're Madburger. Just, chill on the card, because spawn's so close, the rest of your team's not there, but I think we're going to see another quick 5v5 here soon. Especially Fuzz saying that things will be over. This trying to kind of nip the bud here. We'll eventually get one with the overclock. I mean, and it should just be a quick reset. Try to get that clean last fight out, but things looking all but clean for both these teams, actually.
Absolutely, and we still have enough time for another fight. We do have Fuzz again, like the overclock going crazy again, getting another immediate kill with it. We do actually have another one coming out from the side of Phantom Verdict this time.
Yeah, we have not much in the bank for either of these teams. Phantom Verdict with a beat from Damien Dapp might be the make or break here.
It very well could be, and we do actually have the Genji getting bubbled as well as deflecting into the Ramatra as well.
Yeah, whole lot of nothing burger happening at the moment. Essel trying to build that blade. We'll get it down eventually. No Ajax to be found. A great beat from the Lucio. Keeps everyone nice and topped up, but that blade is still slicing. Be very careful, but especially with the overclock from Frost to kind of get that Ramatra out of play. But again, the spawn is so close. It's like gonna be really easy to touch. But as I say that, they don't touch.
They end up getting it at the last second. 0 seconds left on the clock, and that is going to be 3-0 currently. Honestly, very well done. Again, another Kitsune rush just to push them in as much as they can. And honestly, Phantom was so close to being on that point. They just had to step up a little bit more, and they just didn't.
Yeah, I feel like, especially with how poorly the start of that defense was for Phantom Verdict, I mean, getting them to 0 on the clock, I mean, that's pretty good. You take those.
Frost though going crazy with 20 kills right now.
Oh yeah, 20 and 4. I mean, he was kind of the star of the show the whole time. I mean, we had we were kind of like glazing up Xion just as like a character, or even like Pharah. But like Sojourn, I mean, you can't beat Sojourn at the end of the day.
No, Sojourn's that comfort pick that people just love to pick on, and it's just like it's working out for them. And again, we're seeing another Sojourn, more Genji coming out. We're getting a Luminous on Life Over right now, actually, for the current time.
I think probably gonna stay on Lifeweaver. I've seen this before. Yeah, especially on a map like Midtown, especially on First Point. Like there's like sneaky good. Now I wouldn't say like outright good, but like sneaky good Lifeweaver angles. And then it's also just surprisingly a really good point to put a tree on.
Great point for a tree. Also, honestly, he does a surprising amount of damage if you're not ready for it. Like getting a headshot on Lifeweaver could literally just one-shot people. So I mean, something to watch out for.
We'll see if Ametori can play around with this whimsy a little bit, as they kind of just let Phantom Verdict walk in.
Yeah, I mean, after kind of just hanging out in the train right now, the Zarya is not going to be able to do too much with having that as much range as they have against them. So I mean, trying to play that safer, but it could end up biting them back.
Yeah, I mean, we just see the power of that Zarya just beaming everyone. Buzz out of the fight means they're not going to be able to push forward too much, and it wasn't kind of like on our screen per se, but Matt Berger standing up there on that high ground, just beaming Angelo for free, and then having that get out of jail free card with the life grip. I mean, I see I see the cook. I see it.
Yeah, I honestly, Angelo getting very close to being down, but doesn't have good supports keeping him up. Genji, a very interesting choice to go into the Ramatra, but it's working for him so far.
Yeah, like somehow like Angelo is not able to capitalize on this space that they've been given, and I think that a lot of that is down to Ametori just having great positioning and just able to isolate and get a pick or two. They flip the map now as Ametori kind of backing up a little bit, trying to concede a little more space, wait for their team to regroup. Everyone's super low as Frost down. A grab comes through, but beat to counter it. Not much happening. There is going to be that Tree of Life straight in the middle of the point, kind of causing a little bit of destruction every which way. Kitsune Rush coming out from both teams, but only Phantom Verdicts will stand tall, and it's a little costly, but they made it.
Buzz again coming out strong with that Sojourn pick, getting 3 in a row there, even with the tree up, keeping them alive.
I think, the stars of the show so far this map have been the Sojourns from both teams. As Angelo, a little aggressive, gonna be getting bailed out a little bit by the cleanse and by the Sojourn ult coming through the overclock. Not gonna find too much raw value, does get a lot of zoning and buys a lot of space for Phantom Verdict to just walk in for free.
He has like a personal vendetta against that Genji. Like something happened with this Genji because he is just on top of him that entire time.
I get it though. Like,
honestly, good Genji can ruin your entire team, and he's just like, I'm not letting that happen this time. Not at all. Deflect him all you want to, not my team.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna walk back. Walk at Matt Berger here. There's the blade coming out. Does get the bubble for protection, as teams just kind of opting to trade out their backlines. Angelo's super low back there in that annihilation. Does eventually get taken out, but Phantom Verdict, they have 3 players. Ametori only have 2, so we'll see if they choose to continue fighting this or if they're just gonna back up. Grab comes through, catches the Lucio at that tail, at just the edge of that hitbox, and it should be Ametori walking away with this, but Matt Berger might have overstepped.
Ooh. Oh, very close. Very close. Again, Kiriko just popping in that healing, crazy work, and then Austin the bubbles. Really good bubble work for both himself and his teammates. Really good cooldown usage there.
Yeah, Angelo just kind of, again, getting beamed on the walk-in. Frost with the overclock, trying to make something happen. Will eventually be able to take out Angelo, and things will once again calm just a little bit. You're down to Genji, but should still be able to hold this.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Berger playing a great job up top, just keeping them at bay as much as possible. And honestly knows exactly when to back up. Very good usage of the cooldowns. Like, he's doing a great job of just keeping his team as front forward as he can.
Yeah, Luminous swaps on. I honestly do not know when that happened, but that nano boost will be going straight on to the Zarya. Especially in that Kitsune rush, I mean, you just melt anyone that stands in your way.
Oh my goodness.
Cart slips forward just a little bit. Couple cheeky meters there.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Berger again, he's holding that front line, just keeping them at bay, and then even like he went straight for that Xion by himself and had the Kiriko there to help him. But it's like he's doing such a good job of just keeping that space available for his team to where they can move around as they need to, and he's just making sure that they aren't going to have that point being back capped on their own.
Yep. I love back caps, but that's kind of the last thing you want to see when you're having such a close match like this.
This ends now.
Things gonna open things up with an overclock for Phantom Verdict. Fuzz tries to get a pick, but not gonna be able to. Does eventually get grabbed, actually. So a little bit of a turn of fate here as
oh my goodness,
all of Phantom Verdict gets wiped, and it's gonna be back to the drawing board.
Matt Berger with these grabs has been insane tonight. Like even like that the foot of the Lucio getting caught earlier. This time, just like he's using it to make such good space for his team, and he's doing such a good job of keeping them at bay, especially with the ultimate coming in from Sojourn. As soon as they heard, oh goodness,
that's unfortunate. Phantom Verdict kind of 4 players stuck back there. I think they just have to look to try to take this fight because the rest of their team's going to be split off. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Angelo does have the Annihilation to keep himself nice and topped up if he needs to. He's going to pop it now. Sleep goes through, does not matter. Woken up immediately, walking forward in the Annihilation. Everyone's so low. Xion will as well, just to make sure that they can get those kills. Matt Berger takes the opportunity to walk into the back line, so both teams kind of down their supports. But we'll see who ends up victorious. Still very back and forth, but it looks like Phantom Verdict will be able to get it. The blade coming out. It is about to hit overtime. Someone has to touch that card.
And I mean, Genji's going to be there on that car. He's doing a great job of keeping them at bay as well. I mean, the double kill there as well.
Yeah, Phantom Verdict trying their best to scramble, throw someone on that card, maybe make something happen, but it does not matter. Ametori, I mean, I thought it looked cooked on that last fight, but we're back. And they take that first map.
They do. And honestly, I think Ametori playing such a good defense game there too. Like their offense wasn't bad. They were able to keep pushing, but making sure that they weren't able to stay on. And this was the Annihilation that we saw. Great job with the triple kill. But then he ends up going after the Zarya and just trying to get the kill versus getting to that point and trying to get it pushed forward.
Yeah, which like I don't hate the idea of it, but honestly, I think the team kind of just needed you to be back and like, you know, go for that, you know, go for the cart, right? At the end of the day, it's an objective-based game.
Exactly.
So I think maybe, you know, maybe bad comms, I don't know, but I mean, it's a little tough to say, right? In the situation, given the heat of the moment, but.
Yeah, I think we've all been there where we tunnel vision on a kill because we just want to get that person, like especially with it being Zarya, like you want to get Zarya out of the way. They're going to be the biggest hindrance to your team getting that point, but sometimes you don't see that your point's not getting pushed in the first place.
Yeah, I think so. It really depends. Again, a bit tough to say. I mean, you on one hand you want that kill just to try to secure that space, you know, especially on the Zarya. You know, take out the tank. They're probably not going to be able to touch. You're going to be able to roll the cart right in, but at the same time, you're also leaving your team out to dry, especially in overtime when you need to get on the cart. Yeah, it's a little difficult, but all things said and done. It's like we will be moving on to Runasapi.
Honestly, one of my favorite push maps as a whole, and it's always a good time to have those fights, especially like in that middle ground on the first, like just the base point. Those fights can sometimes go on for like 2 or 3 minutes without anybody moving that point.
Yeah. Which, as I call it, it's Runasaki. Sometimes just kind of what happens, especially on push. I feel like also on Runasapi, sometimes the fights just last forever. We are going to have some substitutions coming in for both teams. Looks like supports players coming in and out. It's like Cry gonna be summoned in for Luminous for Ametori, and Cats will be summoned in for Jen on Phantom Verdict. So, quick, little swap up of the back line. Might be maybe we'll see some different picks. Maybe we'll have some. Maybe we won't see the Life Weaver again. I like the pick, but it was I think
it didn't seem to have too much to work with. Like, it worked well for the tree at that point, but it's about it. And then he swapped, I think, 2 more times, including the Ana, which we didn't even see the Ana come in, and he already had ultimate on it. It's like, that's crazy work, firstly, and also great usage of that. Like, it's just out of nowhere.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it was like, oh, somehow just had enough impact that, had ultimate. But we'll see. We'll see what goes on, as I think both these teams probably gonna want to look to keep brawling, kind of playing similar to what we've been seeing so far. It's a little tough to say because, as we wait for the bans to come in, maybe, if we get like a Ramatra ban or something, or like a Zarya ban, then, we're not gonna really see that. We may want to switch up their game plan for Runasapi as we wait patiently for the bans. We're gonna Mauga ban.
Our first one, yeah. I mean, Mauga's a good choice. Mauga's like, I feel like the poor man's choice for tank. Like, if you don't know what you're doing, just go into Mauga and just hope that it works for you. And usually it does, because he can make space. And then the Tracer ban, I think, is a very smart ban for this specific map, because she can make so much room by just jumping behind the enemy team and just taking out the supports really fast.
Yeah, so I'm a fan of it, especially with, Tracer. I think Tracer in general just been a solid pick overall. Like, it's you can kind of slaughter into most comps without sacrificing too much, and good to gap close, right? Taking those off angles, looking for one clip, stuff like that. So I'm a fan of this ban on Runasapi, especially, and
I mean, I'm expecting to see the Sojourn again. I feel like for both sides, just because it's such a stable pick at this point. Tanks, I feel like, could be anywhere at this point, though. Like, you can have either like a really good like Hazard come in and just start like making space Junker Queens the same way, or you could do like Reinhardt, or even like I said, Ramatra could still be in the play, or Sigma now that he's available and actually able to be played this current line.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, just in my own experience, I have not seen a lot of Sigma on Runasapi. Just the map geometry overall doesn't lend well. Just doesn't lend well to him. But who knows? Maybe they've got some cooking up.
Stranger things have happened, to be fair.
That is true. We saw Life Weaver on Midtown.
We did. All right, and we are ready to get into the game now. We do again have the Mauga and the Tracer bans. Let's see what we start working with here once they start picking their heroes, and see what the kind of weird things they got going on here overall.
Yeah, all 5 observers. Nothing but the best for BPL. As yeah, looks like something honestly pretty standard from Ametori coming out with Kiri, Lucio, Sojourn, Genji, Sigma.
There's a Sigma. I knew it.
There it is.
Just off the rip, and then you're good.
Could be a Matt Burger special. I wouldn't be too surprised. Oh, and
back to the Zarya. Yeah, back to the Zarya makes sense, honestly.
Yeah, Zarya versus Ramatra. I mean, I think again, a lot of this will come down to positioning. How well are you going to be able to play with and into your around the geometry and the other team as well.
Yeah, and we do have Frost and Fuzz again on Sojourn. We do have the Xion and the Genji again from Famas and Essel. So I mean, pretty similar comps overall. We do have double Lucio coming out. So I mean, definitely going for the speed, trying to get some plays being made, as well as just keeping people alive and away from the fights that they need to be out.
Yeah, I mean, on a mode like Push, the speed cannot be undervalued at all. We're kind of seeing that in action as Ametori kind of getting walked at by Phantom Verdict, especially Ramatra in Nemesis form is a force to be reckoned with. They're just going to concede the space. They're just going to back off, and that push bot's going to be rolling towards Phantom Verdict's direction. So,
I mean, honestly, good plays from both sides, and realistically, with Ametori, not having anybody die there is crazy good for them. They get to keep their entire team, they get to keep the space. And Matt Berger, again, using that high ground just to start poking down Angelo with that beam.
Yep. 2 minutes in the game, 0 eliminations. I love Overwatch, as now we're gonna see a little bit more back and forth exchanging. Zimzif already with the Kitsune Rush. I don't think they're gonna need it. They find the pick on the Famas here, and they are just gonna throw it in for good measure, as Angelo gonna give up his life for the cart, and the cleanup crew comes through.
And then Ametori's gonna get all that space right back. Lucio just hanging out on the point, jumping around. Genji coming back to hang out too. But again, Matt Berger just making that space with the Zarya. His Zarya's been insane tonight, honestly. And just knowing when to move in with those bubbles and how to use them has been so nice to see. Because in a lot of like solo queue games, you don't have that happen if you have a good Zarya. If you have Zarya bubbles herself, and then you just hope you don't die.
Oh yeah, that's true. Beat online for Cry. Frost. His head just gonna get completely taken off by the other Sojourn. So already on the back foot for Ametori. They are probably gonna be looking to just back off, as Famas coming through with the Xion ultimate and not gonna find anything, but the rest of Phantom Verdict shall be getting some kills.
Yeah, I mean, Cry, good boop away for the Xion, keeping her ultimate away from them, but they do end up getting taken out by the rest of the team. And again, Fuzz versus Frost on these Sojourns is always fun to watch. And it's just like, it's basically who can pop their head out the slowest to not get it taken off immediately.
Oh yeah. I am looking forward to the DPS ults for Ametori, since they overclock, Blade. I mean, those are two very fun ults to watch. As beat coming out from both teams just to weather the storm of an ultimates, but Angelo gonna be walking at them in Annihilation. Gonna be getting all that space for free, as Phantom Verdict, they get the butt scratch, they continue rolling the bot through.
They do, and we do actually have the Blade coming out now. Fuzz still has...
And the grab!
Ooh.
Yeah, Fuzz holding the overclock. I mean, honestly, not a bad decision, considering, right, if they're gonna pop Blade and grab, like, just, you know, let them use the ults, come back next fight, you know?
Absolutely, and Cats just getting this one taken out, get back to their team. Honestly, great grab again from Matt Berger, just knowing exactly where to put it and just having it just take out the entire team. Like, it's a game-changing ultimate every single time he does it.
Oh yeah. Angelo needs to not go down here by playing very, very dangerously. Does save the Nemesis Storm, so he will still have it for this engage, especially with the overclock coming through from Fuzz, countering any space from that Kitsune Rush. And Ametori gonna respect the Sojourn ultimate. Gonna be backing up. As Cry, goodbye. Lucio taken out by the Xion, will get traded eventually, but you're down that speed, you're down that little bit of healing. It's gonna be really hard to play into this. And it should just be the go button for Angelo to throw on some punches. But
yeah, unfortunately, Nemesis Storm can only save you from so much damage before you just get taken out anyway. And honestly, the Genji turnaround was crazy there.
This guy's been practicing ghost dashes since the dawn of time, it seems.
Yeah, ghost dashes for the last decade, just preparing himself for this moment.
Yep, as now butt scratch for Ametori. They're gonna get those forward spawns up and running pretty soon. As Frost will go down though, so already not a great position. Your one ultimate in this fight out of commission for the time being. They're gonna be giving up a little bit of space, especially with Angelo walking at you with fists.
He is there for fisticuffs, and that is it. And honestly, good call out from Phantom for just taking out the Sojourn, who was a little bit too caught. And then Matt Berger just getting away as fast as he can, trying to keep himself alive. It does down to 48 health, though.
Oh, not able to stay alive. Zimzif did kind of get back, tried to help Zarya get out of there, but not quite able to.
And Fuzz again with the headshots coming out from the overcharge. It's crazy to watch, and it's always fun to see. Honestly, great job from both sides for Sojourns. And I mean, we do have Frost ultimate available. We do have another grab available.
5 ults for Ametori. Let's see. Continuing rush on both teams. Dogs out on both sides. Xion going forward. Will get the Genji. The graph to stop any forward aggression from Phantom Verdict. But the beat to weather that storm. Overclock coming in from Frost. It's going to get countered by that Annihilation. And at the end of the day, the Overclock might as well return that GPU. This guy's just walking boxed in a corner. Somehow gets a kill. Oh my god.
It is just Frost versus Fuzz every single time with these Sojourns, and it's just like if one goes down, the other one usually goes down almost immediately afterwards, just because somebody else is there available to them.
Yeah, it's almost like the Sojourns are like soulbound in that way, you know?
It feels like it a little bit. It's like if I do it and you have to go into it, it's like okay. It's like they made a deal beforehand and they just only play Sojourn and go in when each other goes in.
Yeah. But after all that has been said and done, Phantom Verdict in a really good position to just kind of coast through the rest of the game as long as they just don't concede too many fights. As Thomas gonna get a kill on the Essel and should just be the go button.
Yeah, I mean Matt Berger changing to Sigma as well. I mean I would have expected another Ramatra, honestly. Just Ramatra v Ramatra action versus Sigma's shield, which didn't just get thrown through like with his punches. I mean, unfortunate to see.
I actually don't really hate it too much. I mean, you have the shield. You're kind of more preventing yourself from getting one, randomly picked off by like a Sojourn or something. As the blade comes through, gonna be getting one, trying to get the next one, but Fuzz with a slide to get out of harm's way. Trying. Oh.
Man.
Okay. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Just a little bit. I mean, honestly, Essel did a great job, and then just everybody's just trying to kill him at that point, and it's very unfortunate to watch. But he gets 2 off of it, so I mean, it worked out.
Swapping to Farah now.
Sigma kind of over on the side, just trying to make that space, trying to keep them at bay a little more. We do have the Sojourn again right behind them, and I mean, the shields are working out in their favor, and the Farah is definitely an interesting pick into this team, but they are a little bit more landlocked, so it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we're gonna get continuing rush coming out from Zimzif, trying to just blow up this Ramatra. There it is. As Essel back on the Farah. We saw it on Midtown. We're gonna see it again here on Munasapi. Just a little bit of cleanup happening on the bot. And will they be able to mount the comeback? They have about a minute to make it happen, so.
Yeah, they have a minute and twice as much space to make to get this win. I mean, we can't see Matt Berger, but he's got to be making space over there on the right. There he is. He's flying in, just floating away. Honestly, the Sigma could be the game breaker for them here at this point.
Potentially, especially with that, especially with the Gravitic Flux in play. It looks like we're going to get an Overclock to counter any space that can take it from that Kitsune Rush. There is the Gravitic Flux, but it's going to catch no one. Fama's trying to get a kill with the Xion ultimate, does not get it. Boop to try to get Frost off the map, just ends up with Angelo just kind of boxing a railing there. Both teams going a little crazy. Cry with 2, so it's actually not all curtains just yet for Ametori, but they will need to play very safe. Matt Berger needs to not die here.
Yeah, I mean, they have 10 seconds left. They're going to have to make that last-ditch effort here very shortly, especially with the bot being so far away from him now. And Essel being the only one that's close, minus Frost now, they have this one last fight to try and keep this going and just keep it in their favor as much as possible.
Yeah, Ametori they don't have that much in the bank to make this heroic push with. They only have that barrage. It's gonna have to be the ult of your career if you're gonna turn this around. It's gonna go straight onto the Ramatra. I mean, a great heads-up play, isolating the tank, keep any space potential out. But Thomas just harassing the backline will get a little bit of attention. Will stay alive, and that Xion menacingly in your backline. Not a good thing.
No, the Xion playing great, trying to keep their attention away from the bot as much as possible. Essel, though, jumping over immediately and just stopping that from happening. Great movement from him. I mean, this could be anybody's game at this point. We have 17 meters left.
Yeah, Phantom Verdict walking forward. They have the Annihilation. They have the Overclock. I mean, it does not matter. Angelo with 3, and that's going to be a quick team kill. Phantom Verdict are going to send us to a map 3.
I mean, this is the biggest thing with Overwatch in general, is you always have that ability of just coming back on that next map. And Angelo, again, just going crazy hard with the Ramatra, with the ultimates. Like, he's doing, again, play the game twice now. Doing a crazy good job of just making that space, especially when it's needed at the end of the game.
I mean, he's just playing Ramatra, right? Just a classic game of Ramatra.
He's like, you're just playing Mike Tyson in Overwatch at this point.
Yeah, I mean, despite so many patches, so many different just characters coming in, different meta shifts, Ramatra's always been a pretty like stable option, and I don't know if it's like I'm personally not that big of a fan. I think if we really, if we must, Ramatra is a dishonest character, but hey, whatever.
I agree. I agree, to be fair.
Whatever gets the win,
I'm a big Sigma fan. I'm a big Reinhardt fan, so I feel it. I hate things that go through my shield, especially Ramatra, so I completely feel that. But at the same point in time, like, Ramatra can honestly be like a game breaker if you need it. And for Phantom, it's worked in almost both games, honestly. Like, they've done a great job with it. It's definitely something I think they should be looking into possibly banning this next game from Ametori's side. Just get him off of that comfort, because he's not gone away from it in either game so far.
Yeah, we'll see what happens though. Ametori, they have the first ban since they did lose that last map. So, we'll see if they choose, if they maybe want to protect or just want to go straight for it, right? Our next map will be New Junk City. That will be our tiebreaker. And I mean, if I'm Phantom Verdict, I mean, I just stick on the Ramatra. Right, Ametori, could run out on the Zarya. I would say it's still a lot of brawl happening. That's what I'm noticing in this map, these maps today.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of excited for it to be New York City, because it is just going to be brawl after brawl, because you have to worry about it's Flashpoint. You have to get 3 points at this point, and it's just going to be fight after fight happening. You're going to have probably like picks again. I'm expecting double Sojourn from both Frost and Fuzz, and it's just going to be Sojourn battles like left and right at this point.
Yep, which I'm interested if we can maybe run a little bit of a analysis on it, like just the Frost versus Fuzz matchup so far on Sojourn. I feel like I feel like I see Frost's name in the kill feed more, but I mean both.
It definitely feels like it.
A lot of impact. For sure.
Yeah, I mean, Frost has honestly, I think making more of a name in the game for himself with it. But Fuzz, honestly, when it comes to it, has just been taking people out when it's needed versus just like padding that KD. So I mean, it's worked out for them so far. And there's the Ramatra ban. Nobody's surprised by this one. Nobody's surprised by this at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that hasn't happened earlier.
I mean, I feel like they were waiting in case it got to map 3, because like Ramatra on this map is great because he does have the ability of just holding a lot of like different corners with it. And then the Genji ban coming out from Phantom Verdict, again, makes sense. Essel, great Genji last game. Honestly had some good ultimates, and it made the difference for them quite a few fights.
Yeah, so I'm curious if Phantom Verdict maybe, like, I don't think we saw this guy play something not Ramatra all series. So I'm curious what they're gonna roll out on here for map 3.
I mean, again, it could be at this point, it could be anything. It could be Zarya, it could be a Winston, it could be Junker Queen for the namesake of the entire map. You never know.
Yeah, I would love to see some Junker Queen gaming. It's a bit of a shame that character is a little too squishy right now, and will get exploded if looked at. But if they pump all 5 resources into that guy, there is a chance. There is a world we see the Junker Queen pop off. But especially like surprisingly, New Junk City, not a bad map for Junker Queen, even though maybe it's lore buff, maybe it
could
maybe
be.
It's just
it feels like it
placebo.
could be. Just every time you see a Junker Queen, they're just insane on New Junk City specifically, and then you're just like, oh yeah, that could be something that happens a lot, and it's just like in your brain, you're like, I've seen it happen too many times for it to be a coincidence at this point.
Yeah. So loading into the third and final map, unless these teams find a way to draw a flashpoint, it will be the third and final map.
Yeah, the game's just gonna crash out after the on the 5th point, and we just don't see what happens, and then it has to go to the 4th map. right, and we do actually see Torbjorn coming out from the side of Phantom Verdict currently with the Hazard pick. So there's Hazard, there's a Juno now too. I mean, we're getting some new picks coming out. Mercy as well. That's... Oh, never mind. Cat's going back to Kiriko, which isn't that surprising. And we have Sojourn again coming out for Fuzz. So back to just 2 new picks for this Phantom Verdict team.
Yeah, looks like, I mean, after it's all said and done, both teams running pretty standard comps. Phantom Verdict will get a slight positional advantage, considering that with that little TP out from Famas.
Yeah, that and the Lucio as well with the speed boost, able to get through a lot faster. So you can see they have that front point taking a blow more.
Yeah, the Mizuki pick from Illuminous. I like this pick. It's a little, heads up in case, whoa, where are my words? Mizuki really good at dueling any backline, any flanker in the backline. So, great heads up play to just kind of, lock it in. Maybe you get, prevent a Tracer or even a Sojourn or a Xion going into your backline, or a Hazard. As we see Angelo finally deciding to walk forward. Famas goes down, so Blue Team already down 2 players now. And
Angelo getting taken out too by that Sojourn again. Frost showing up in the kill feed. Honestly, the thing with Mizuki though is he works really well with the Mei as well, because you can just block people in and then hit them with the E, and if they do more damage, they're just dead basically. They can't move.
Yeah, lock them down with the chains. I want to see Angelo get a little more proactive. You are playing like he's on Hazard, but he just did not. I don't know. He just didn't do anything that last fight.
He wasn't doing Hazard things. He was doing more like Ramatsu things, where he was kind of like just playing back, trying to keep himself.
And a nice secretion. Knock that guy to the ground.
Yeah, Matt Berger again coming out with a Sigma, doing a really good job. This map I think makes a lot of sense for Sigma as well. And there it is. There's the Mizuki Mei killing the Xion immediately.
Yeah, does get walled off. We'll just pop ice block, and the rest of Ametori just trying to make something happen by just taking this forward space. Fuzz will go down, so definitely not going to be able to fight this point or at all. I don't think we've had a single clean fight this map so far.
I would have to agree. I think it's been just, and honestly, it's been an Ametori just slaughter at this point so far. They've just been taking the space. They've been doing everything they can, and honestly, the kills on the sides, we're seeing a lot more picks coming out this game than we had the last 2.
Yeah, I mean, Ametori's just getting picks, and then Phantom Vertigo just backing off. So really, there hasn't been any like full-on like 5-on-5 action yet. Might finally get to see it on this point as ultimates slowly come online.
Yeah, I mean, Angelo far away from his ultimate, getting a lot faster now though. Now he's actually in the fights.
Yeah, Gravitic Flux comes out. That's gonna be Cats immediately exploded. Zimzif traded out though, so both teams down there. Kiriko, Blizzard comes down from Essel. Tear it down, raining from the sky. Angelo will get one, but has to give up his life for it. Ametori should be walking away from this victorious, but some stragglers from Phantom Verdict still around.
Yeah, and I mean, Matt Berger blocking that with the shift was a crazy good play, especially like at the last second. He just threw it out and made sure that it could not get him. So they ended up basically losing his ultimate out.
Mamas gets Zimzif again. This Kiriko has not been allowed to live in the last 2 fights. As we see Xion getting a little reposition going. Frost with the overclock takes out Angelo and will take out Phantom Verdict's grasp on this objective. Bud's gonna pop the overclock though. That one, we might have want to hold on to that one.
Might have been a fat thinger, to be fair. I'm not sure if he meant to do that or not, but definitely wasn't the best choice of ultimate here.
Oh yeah, definitely one of the plays of all time. Does stay on Sojourns. It's not really like a swap. It's not a swap situation going,
I mean, the back and forth again, Xion trying to come from the side, but Mizuki's available just to stop that from happening so well. I think the Mizuki pick from Illuminous is a great option here, especially with having Xion consistently playing. And actually, Damien switching over to Wuyong for the current fight.
Yeah, the Wuyong swap is interesting, as I'm not too sure. Like, I guess you could pump out a little extra damage, but I'm honestly not that big a fan personally. Cats goes down, so you already don't have a Kiriko. 99% for Ametori. They're just going to be ticking that up. Angelo's just going to get walked at, and so is the rest of Phantom Verdict. Now,
he's been
Ametori on match point.
And Wuyong kind of just getting stuck there by himself. Switching over to Mauga now, which makes a lot of sense. Tracer coming out as well from the side of Famas. So I mean, we're getting some new picks in here. And I think the Mauga picks, again, like, is one of those picks that you can just kind of just hope you can run at people and just make it work. And with the Tracer, there's a good chance that they can just start blowing people up.
Yeah, we're back on the Lucio. So that, you know, a little bit of a lost ult charge situation going on. The Mauga extremely low already, does not have the charge, will just get fluxed and will just get taken out. That's also, I feel like with Phantom Verdict, they're not playing cohesively at all this map. They're just kind of on their own.
Yeah, they're kind of just like cycling in and just hoping that it works out, and it has not worked in their favor so far because Ametori is playing like a team. They're playing a 5v2 or 3 usually, and just catching people out. Like the Mauga here kind of by himself has both supports, but honestly,
just walking forward. We're like, she's just walking for free into the enemy team. There's the Kekai coming up from Illuminous. Will get taken out eventually, but the rest of your team will clean up. So, you know, one for 5 trade you'll take any day of the week.
Absolutely, and I mean that's, I think, the first team kill we've had all night so far for this game.
Oh, we've had a couple other team kills. I think, at least for this map, that was definitely the first one. So. Phantom Verdict walking forward now. Cats will drop the Kitsune Rush, falls immediately right after, and the Blizzard coming through is going to freeze up this Mauga. Does not matter. Does not matter. Mr. Fire will get shut down. I don't think anyone's going to be able to touch. Damien Depp going to have to try to hit the rollout. Does get stopped by the enemy team. Hits his head a couple times. Will he make it? Does get the crucial touch. Triggers that overtime, but there's just not much they can do. Cat's swooping in on the cat. Little lower accurate name. Angelo back on the ball just for that fast rollout and easy survivability, but it does not matter when you get frozen up, as the rest of Phantom Verdict straggle their way to the point, but it will not matter. Ametori with a clean New Junk City will send us home for the night.
Absolutely, and I mean, again, Matt Berger playing that Sigma so well and just keeping, honestly, both DPS usually at bay by himself there, and Frost getting play of the game this time. First one we haven't seen from Angelo tonight. Again, more soldier gameplay.
Classic Sojourn gameplay. Not much more to say. Not much, you know.
Something happened. It was a play.
Classic Sojourn gameplay. Ametori gonna be going up 2-0 in the regular season. And I mean, this team, right? They made it to finals of that kickoff tournament, so they're definitely a strong team, and we saw that here tonight. So.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, getting taken to the third game though, very good plays from Phantom Verdict. Honestly, they didn't feel cohesive in the last map.
Yeah.
Like Phantom felt like they kind of just were just running in and just hoping things would work, and it never did. And then Ametori just consistently staying like in like a 5-point way and just making sure that nothing could come into them at all.
Yeah, I think part of it also, like, you know, Angelo taking off that comfort pick, right? Like, once that Ramacho is out of the game, I mean, honestly, it just put the fries in the bag. Like, it was not a good look, which I you know, of course, still early in the season, but I'm also like, wow. Just wow. It was such a night and day difference. Yeah, it was like, I was definitely surprised. I was caught off guard by it for sure. And now we bring it to the standings. Ametori gonna be tied for first place in their group over there. Phantom Verdict will be in that nice third place slot. And yeah, the other side of A-League also looking pretty strong, with Black Crown standing nice and tall at 2-0 with 4-0 on the map score. So still very early on in the regular season. I believe we still have a good several weeks to go, and even just this weekend we have a good 2 more days of action. So it's if it's a reflection of what we saw tonight, I mean, I think we have a really good season ahead of us. But But enough looking at the future. Let's kind of look a little bit back at this game a little bit. I think we really needed a name. If someone, the most standout player.
I mean, I'm kind of feeling Essel personally from Ametori. Just the consistent play on the Genji, the Pharah, and then even on this last map, just kind of like swapping around to like what they needed. The Tracer coming in at the end there as well. I think Essel for me personally is the standout player of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, they didn't show up. You know, they weren't on the kill feed all the time, but I did like their swaps, like you mentioned, just playing kind of what that team needed at the moment. And I mean, also, you know, I love a little classy Genji play, so yeah, I mean, I'd have to agree with you on that a little bit. Especially, I was not expecting her to roll out on the Pharah at all, on Midtown and you know, for the end of that, even on Runasapi, but it worked out, and I'm pleasantly surprised.
I honestly, yeah, I think the thing was like just playing it how they needed to, and then immediately swapping to something that was going to help them more. And then the last map, playing that Mei the entire time, like the Mei was just a game changer, I feel like, because they really couldn't get away from the walls. The freezes were great, and even like in the last point, the freeze on the ball before it could even get to the point again, with like a quarter health left, just insanely well.
Yeah, I mean, just textbook flex DPS play from Essel. Gonna net her the MVP for this match, and I do believe that's all the games we have tonight. As we kind of recap everything, some 2 Overwatch to start the day, as rolling through it. We had 5 games today, and I believe we're gonna have an equal amount tomorrow. I have a lot of action tomorrow. I don't know if there's tomorrow's schedule. As we start things off, 8 p.m. Eastern, there's gonna be 2 streams happening for that first hour time slot, and that first 2 hours actually. So much more condensed schedule than today, but a lot of Overwatch action this weekend. That being tomorrow, and then another calm 6 games actually on Sunday. So there's a lot of action, a lot of BPL action on the way for everyone to watch this weekend. If you need something to put on the side, World Cup not enough for you, or if you just need your drops. So I believe that'll do it though. Enough hearing us yap, you know, like everyone get out there, enjoy the rest of your night, and I mean, any last words, WysTome?
Honestly, just thanks for being here, and thanks for joining us for these banger games tonight. We had 5 banger games tonight. We have 5 more tomorrow, and I think Sunday's the same type of way. So it's gonna be nothing but an action-packed weekend overall here on BPL.
Oh yeah. I play on Sunday, so you know it's already gonna be a banger because I'm gonna be playing, of course. And
I mean, we gotta watch it then. We gotta see it happen. Gotta pull it out.
Yeah. So, that's gonna be enough yapping from us. We'll catch you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. All right. Have a good night.